Hello people, hey Johan. What best OS? This best OS. Win 11, yeah. Well, it's not really BeOS, but yeah, kinda. Hey Dasha. And now YouTube works. It's a little bit slow, but... And you can't see the ads. Good morning, Bruce. The bees. There you go. I don't know why I can't display ads. So when the ads is in English Bob's lib, yeah, or lamp, yeah. I don't know why it can't display ads. They must be running in a different codec. Let's use Google. So this is basically empathy or known web. So they just got a TTK application layer. Empathy. Or Chrome Web, I think it's called. Yeah, the known web developers. So now we have, I think they have a X11 layer, emulation layer, a TTK layer. They're getting a, yeah. No, it's, I think it's, couldn't find the mixer. I think it's the codec that the video that they are using for their videos, ads. I'm visiting Copenhagen soon. Any place I recommend to see? Well, just it depends on what kind of person you are. I would kind of say just go with what, you know, just explore. And don't be afraid of asking people for suggestions and stuff like that. Normally, in general, people in Copenhagen tends to be really, really helpful. So it depends if you want to have a beer, you want to have some wine, you want to see the fancy side, the worker side. If you want to go to the normal tourist attractions and stuff, it all depends on what you want to see. Yeah, hey Henrik. Yeah. Again, they are using I think it's because they're using a different codec, and also it don't like the sound card. There you go. The audio mixer. I am running it in a virtual machine, of course. But now, until now, YouTube has been a crazy thing to be able to watch. It's been really unstable, but now you can watch YouTube with no problem. Let's open up a lot. Desktop applets, preferences. Ooh, virtual memory. Nice. Oh. Oh, I need to turn off screensaver. There you go. No, it's the codec. Do we need to draw it on a piece of paper? It's the codec they don't support. Oh yeah, you can have different resolutions on different workspaces. I haven't seen that under Linux yet. Or what repositories do we have here? Qt configure, is this a theme? I don't think I ever seen this one. Yeah, style, yeah. Ooh. Nice. Printers. Do people still have printers? Network. That's up and running. Media, locals, key input, mouse and keyboard. Yeah, I had to turn off mouse acceleration because it was really going mental. File types. Yeah, but this is not Linux. This is not Linux. Oh, Bluetooth. Oh, I don't want to launch that. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about the appearance tab here. We can actually make a dark theme if we want to. There used to be a program, I can't remember what it's called, but I can find it where you can theme the whole thing. You have a laser color printer. You must be one of the few. I kinda want to... Oh my god, I can't remember how to do this. So you can also, let's see if this works. Do we need to hold down a button? You should be able to tap them. Or am I just doing this totally wrong? For fuck's sake, humans. It's the codec. They don't support the codec. It's the codec is what it's in. It's the codec is the video format. Look at it like that. This browser, this operating system don't support Google's ads codec. That's it. Or it kind of supported, meaning that it don't display the video. It could also be because I'm running it in a virtual machine and it don't support the codec under a virtual machine. AKA the virtual machine driver don't. Oh, here you go. It's because these are different windows. Okay. This amazing operating system here. So let's open the hard drive here. Why can't I remember I think there's a shortcut how to do this. Oh, there you go. It's the Windows key. Ah, there you go. Ah. Look at this tiling shit. Boop, boop. Yes, you can. There are ways of disabling TPM. I just don't know if you should do it. That's up to you, discretion. Look at this shit. There you go. But yeah, there was something else I wanted to do in here. Oh, this brings back memories. Windows, show folder location. And no, don't read that. Show Windows notification, show navigator. There you go. Yeah, it's going good, man. And hey, set. Show desktop icons. Or disk. Oh, no, sorry. No, it's Haiku. It's Haiku. So it still holds also like a little bit of the traditional desktop paradigms. Let's see what they have for demos here. But there are so many, like, I love this context. Right-click context here, so you can dive down into, you know, the whole system from right-click. Kernel drivers, terminal, Windows. Again, there are so many things about this system here that Linux still and Windows still don't do to the same extent. About 2001, I think the last version of BeOS was around. Came out. Also, remember this whole system installed in about a minute. A minute. 1 minute, about 1 minute it took me to install this. And I was up and running. Oh, their Bash RC, how does that look like? Oh, they don't have mods in Bash RC, I see. If you're into C programming, you could go nuts here. I love this shit. No, let's see the Sudoku. I don't want to do that. Pulse. Oh, yeah. Let's have that down here. Store in your life. Yeah, I get it. Playground. Okay. Oh, yeah. It don't have it does support multi-user, but they don't have anyone to maintain it, so it's not implemented. Oh, that's media device. I don't have any media devices. Oh, this is this fucking memory game. Oh! Well, it's better to be lucky than good, I guess. This one. It just shows you how bad my memory is. There you go. Maybe that one. No. No? Ah! In 28 clicks. What else can we do here? Game, new, expert. Holy fucking shit. I should do this more often. Oh, no. Nope. Nope. Enable show replica in desktop, drag and drop an init image. Oh, yeah. So we can do this. And then if we really want to, it's too big. Let's close that. Temple OS is for puny people. Mental bot. Oh yeah, this is like... If you don't know why this is a demo, you need to understand math. This is all done in math. And it used to be a massive CPU. You can see it's a massive CPU load. And it seems like it's only doing dual core CPU load, yeah. So back in the day, this used to be used as a demo to show the core performance of a CPU. Oh, now we went up to 3 cores. And I think this should be unlimited zoom in this also, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, this back in the day was like fucking beating processors up. Julia. Oh, that's beautiful. This is not that intensive though. Patton's fire? Royal. Now we are really... You see now it's really calculating in the back end. Subsampling, let's go up to 16. But yeah, it's only a dual core. And this is the fun thing. I can turn off my CPUs. Now we're only using one CPU. Now we're using 2. But this is not scaling that well. What if I do this? Oh, there you go. So I'm physically turning off the CPU cores right now. Again, show me Windows or Linux doing that shit without having to boot into the BIOS. Haiku 3D. Oh, that's just a 3D logo thingy. This one used to be really straight. Oh, for fuck's sake, I keep clicking. It's a little bit sensitive with where you click. So this here, again, like in the 90s and early 2000s, like, this was just unheard of that you could do this within software. This is all done in software. And again, we can turn on and off CPUs down here. So we can... You know, we can change the lights. We can add a teapot. We can add another teapot. Add a teapot. Add a teapot. And again, doing this, again, we have to remember, this technology here, you're thinking with a 2022 mindset. Imagine doing this in 1998. No, you need Linux, Windows, FreeBSD. I am almost sure you need to reboot to turn off CPUs. You may be able. There may be programs where you can tell the individual program to not use all CPUs. But here I'm turning off the CPU from all systems in the OS right now. It's not just one program, it's all of the operating system. For all intents and purposes, I'm running a one-core system right now. No matter what I'm doing in the OS. I do think you can get some programs where you can say only utilize like a virtual machine kind of thing. But here I've turned off the CPU cores for all of the operating system. You can actually see it speed up and enabling them. Yeah, OS2 WAP was fucking amazing. Yeah. This was amazing back in the day. Yeah, I loved OS2 WAP also. I was a WAP 4 guy. I used 3 and 4. Oh, really? But again, today this is not that fancy. But try doing this in Windows 98, Windows 95, doing it on the Linux kernel 1 point whatever the fuck it was, or 2 point whatever it was in the late 90s. Oh, the ecom station, or what the fuck it's called. Yeah, I can't remember what it's called. There's a fun demo. Oh yeah, clock. I used to have this on my desktop back in the day. I think I used to have this one here. Let's plop that over here. Yeah, ecom. I think I got a demo, but I never got to install it. Oh yeah, workspaces. This is amazing also. So in here, I can now go in here and I can preferences, screen. Let's go down to this one here. And let's make it 8 bits of color. Oh, I think I fucked up the system. Ah, fuck. I think I may fucked up the system. Did I fuck up the VM? Yeah, I think yeah, I made the VMware shit its pants. Yeah, I made VMware shit its pants. No, I made the it's the emulation software. I fucked it up. It couldn't handle it, basically. I have to go in and kill it. Where do we have VMware? But yeah, you can have all your web spaces, your desktops can have different resolution. Tray, VMware. Okay, there you go. Yeah, so it didn't like that. That's not the operating system, that's the virtual machine software that I'm using. But so if you were like a graphical, where do we have desktop applets, workspaces? Okay, so yeah, it fucked it up. Oh, I know why it fucked it up. I did it on all. Oh, give me a second here. I just. Where the fuck is my task manager? There it is. Okay, I just need my task manager because sometimes it fucks up. Hey, Spin Viking. So yeah, you can see here all workspaces. So this one here, I should now be able to do this in this resolution here. Ah, for fuck's sake, I fucked it up again. I fucked it up again. Oh. Where the fuck is the workspace one? Oh. Huh? Where have they hidden that? Oh, it's already up there. It's still only a beta, to be honest, but it should not fuck up like this. I think it's because I'm running in virtual, what is it called? VMware, and not VirtualBox. Where is the processor thingy? Where is my processor thingy? Oh, it's demos, right? There you go. What if I go down to... So it's outside of the screen region for some reason. Anyway, you get the idea. You are able to set the resolution, the color bit, and refresh rate for all your screens. So Dark Magic, no, I should be up and running. You guys should be able to see the screen now. So if you are a web developer or graphical artist and stuff like that, you can see how your work looks like on an 8-bit system, a 32-bit system, in a 720p resolution and stuff like that. That's kind of the whole idea with it. But for some reason, it's reset the workspaces, so I can't show you guys that. Which is really... Again, I'm running it in a virtual machine. And it's still in beta. Oh, activity monitor. Oh yeah, I think let's do this. So let's have a lot of this is just the coolest shit ever that you can do this. If you ask me. It's kind of a little bit like have Conky running, so if you put that up there. That would be forever and ever on the desktop. Now. We have a debugger. What is that telling us? Oh yeah, you can set it to debug the kernel and stuff like that. Disk probe, this is their disk thingy-madooski. You can also go in here and look at the disk use, scan. RAM file system. This is their G-parted basically. And we're using the an interpretation of the B file system. And it's hey Baba, this is like what the B file system is doing. There are still file systems to this day that can't do the same shit when it comes to file handling, file size handling, and stuff like that. I installed Falcon, which is basically running in a single core, apparently. Oh, now it's dual coring. It's a really, really bad web browser. Haiku Depot is their software manager. Then they have their own installer. So here you can basically clone your disk. So you can say here, okay, I want, let's say you have a USB or something like that. You can actually plop that into your system and choose that as a target. And then you can basically copy what you have right now over to that system, to that USB stick, and then you can run it. How I installed this back in the day, because I ran something called BeOS 5 Personal Edition. It was like a 400 megabyte virtual file system it ran off, so you couldn't install it. So what I did to install it onto my computer was I basically run drive setup, formatted one of my internal hard drives to a B file system. Then I opened the file system. And this is going to sound really strange, but for me to install BeOS back in the day to a hard drive, all I did was this. Or copy to the new file system, to the new hard drive. And then I had a boot disk. I just plopped that boot disk in and installed the bootloader. That's all you needed to do to install BeOS. You just copied your existing file system. You know, you just highlighted everything, click copy, and then right-clicked and click pass on your new passed on your new hard drive, and you have now installed BeOS. I don't think you can do that with Windows and Linux. You can just copy your whole file system and then say copy past, and now you have Linux up and running on a different hard drive, or Windows up and running on a different hard drive. And again, we are talking 1997, 8, 9. We're not talking 2022 here. This is what we have to remember. That most of this was done in the 90s. Their mail was a little bit shite, to be honest. A lot of shite. I think they revamped the media player. But it was quite good. This is their text editor, their Notepad++. And then you have a style edit, that's just Notepad. There's sound recorder. Oh yeah, that's because it can't find my sound card. Terminal. And it's running bash in the back end. Oh yeah, you could plop in a television card. And you can do all kind of crazy, amazing shit with the television input. Vision. Oh, that's a bulletin board. Oh, IRC client. There you go. Web is the GNOME interpreter, the GNOME empathy browser. Web Positive is their own in-house browser. That stems back all the way back from the B days. Or B bytes. I used to use that a lot. So let's see what kind of drivers they have. Drivers. Let's see games. I actually used to play Doom in here. Let's do 3D action games. Yeah, Quake, Wolfenstein. I played those. Hexen. Oh, Descent. It may not work. I didn't even see where the fuck it downloaded it to. Oh yeah, up here. So we need to make a new folder. Download. So this is their package formats, PKG. And this is how you install software back in the day. So I don't know if it's actually, do we have it in here? Where did it install it? Applications. I need to see where it installed it. System non-package apps. Yeah, but it has not put it in here in... in the sub-menu. Where was it again? Boot system. Non-package app. Okay, there you go. It's not even here, so it must not be supported. Let's try something else. Like, we are talking legacy programs here. AKA programs that are massively old. Let's do graphical tools. There was a image editor I used to use a lot. Was it WonderPros? Oh, I can't find the HTML, the URL. Image grinder, that sounds really fucking No, I don't want to do that. Oh, you just want this out of the... not an executable. This is a program from 2001. Yeah. Yeah, we may need to put it in a specific folder. Oh, we need to change the executable permission. So you can see here, it supports multi-user. When I say support, it has it built in, they just haven't implemented it yet. And it's been like that since the beginning. Because back in the 90s, early 2000s, people really didn't care about multi-user. Just wanted it in a virtual machine, man. But let's look at the Haiku depot. Oh yeah, I installed Python on it. So they have version 3.9.14, so they're a little bit behind. So if you want to do Python dev stuff, you can actually do that in here also. They also have an extensive C and C++ library. They don't have HTOP, of course, but they do have top. So a lot of the POSIX commands, it's a POSIX compatible OS. So a lot of these things that, you know, POSIX stuff works in it. And if you do here, like, who am I? Say you're a user. So right now they have two users. They have root and they have user. And user and root are kind of the same. You don't need to put in a password to install programs and stuff like that. But like I said, back in the 90s, that was not something the home users was that concerned about, to be honest, which nowadays we find really fucking strange, to be honest. But there are a lot of shit in here you can download and install. Some work, some don't. Let's do Art Paint. Let's install that. Now we have a simple paint program. Yeah, most of the... So this is like a true microkernel OS. If you get what I'm saying here. So a lot of it is done in modules. If you go into the B book here, you can read up all about this, classes and methods, device drivers. They have, so they're called kits. You know, kits, that's what they call them. They're basically modules. The OpenGL kit. So they have a thing here called BGL view. So that's an OpenGL interpreter for BeOS or Haiku. But I would recommend go download the B book. Let's close this. Don't save. Let's open up the web. So they just search bbook BeOS and here the bbook. And you can get it in online format, and you can also download it. It tells everything you want to know. It basically tells you how to program for BeOS or Haiku in this instance here. And it's the same as the one that's up here. It's just so you can now go and download it for yourself. Device drivers, if you want to make device drivers. Written modules using modules. Kernel functions. And I think this is done in C, if I'm not mistaken. Oh man, it's like me being 17, 16 years old again. Go in here and look at the memory address and stuff like that. You can log it down and unlock motherboard version, and yeah, you can. The whole operating system is documented, basically, is what I'm trying to say. This army knife, I used to use this a lot. It was used to give meta information into MP3 files. And this is amazeballs. This was all this. Let's look at it this way. It was such a big deal that Microsoft sued them because I think it was Sony wanted to pre-install it on their computers way before Linux was even considered a desktop operating system. So because of some licenses back in the 90s, Microsoft was really fucking predatorial against its third-party companies and company partners and stuff like that. So they didn't want, you know, Dell, HP, and all of those computer vendors to install anything else than Windows, or else they will lose the license to run Windows. But Sony, I think it was Sony or Toshiba, I can't remember, one of those two, they wanted to pre-install BeOS. And we are talking 90, maybe 5 or 6 or 7. So Microsoft basically got them, you know, sued BeOS. Because they want to do that. And Sony. So they dropped the deal. And BeOS being... So BeOS or the B company had a massive problem. It was run really, really, really badly. Meaning that they put all their eggs into one basket and they changed direction of the company like 4 or 5 times within 3 or 4 years. One day it was Apple-like. So it started out as an Apple-like company. They made their own hardware and software. Then they started to focus mostly on the software. Then they changed over when the whole Sony or whatever deal went off. The wares, they went over to becoming a Internet of Things kind of system. So They did something called, what the fuck was it called? BIA? No. IO? No. Oh. Yeah, but, GCK is not that well. Yeah, it runs really badly in here. Yeah, Microsoft did that a lot back then. What the fuck was it called? So this is the whole version, like from 95 to 2001, and in that, in these like 6 years, they changed direction 3 or 4 times. That's not good for a company. This is bad information. SETA don't exist anymore. I don't think this company is around anymore. Because they got sued by Palm. Because they were using... so this company here, when BeOS went down, they basically used some of the code from BeOS, and BeOS was closed source code, so Palm that bought BeOS got really angry and sued them basically. So I don't think this is around anymore. Nope, it's not around anymore. Yeah, it don't have. No, it don't have that. But yeah. You can like it plays video fine in. They have their own video player and stuff like that. It plays video just fine. Yeah, it's discontinued. Because there was a... like I said, they found out. Yeah, you can also play video in a browser. Like I played YouTube with no problem in this here. So the thing with Haiku is that a lot of the things that you can do with Windows and Linux are built into the system already. It just needs to be implemented, or it needs to be to have a supporter, basically, have a developer for it. Like it's mostly done by I think they have one guy working spare part-time or something like that. BAI, yeah, it is. That's the one I was thinking about. Yeah, B for internet applications. So they did this after the whole debacle with Microsoft. But it was so ahead of its time. You know, they basically wanted an Internet of Things system. So if we look up here, the Sony Evil, let's see if we can find it. So this was basically their idea here to view image in new tab. to have a thing like this. And how it was sold was that it was, you had it at on your kitchen table. You had it. It was basically a tablet. It was meant to be a tablet. Yeah, Apple nearly bought BeOS, but BeOS was badly managed from a managing standpoint. So the way they wanted you to use this is how we use tablets today. It was a way to get recipes, to get consume information and stuff like that. And again, YouTube was not a thing when this one came out. YouTube came out in 2000 and when did YouTube came out? 2004 or 5? 2005. This here was in 2001. Had YouTube been a thing when this came out, it probably would have been used more. But it was a flop also because what BeOS did as a company, like they understood what the future of computing was. But they were building a system for a future that was not here yet. And they thought they could propel people into that future. That future was heavily based on internet connectivity. And in the 90s, early 2000s, a lot of people still didn't have good internet. And even the internet we have could not do a lot of the things that these operating systems, like the BAI was built for, consuming video content and stuff the internet was really slow back then, like massively slow. Like massively fucking slow. So it would take too long for them to use it like we use it today. Go on to YouTube in the 90s would take you forever to download a video and watch it. You'd be sitting there for minutes just waiting for it to buffer, basically. Like we had something called buffering. So you would watch the video and then like 5 seconds into it or a minute into it, you have to sit and wait for 30 seconds to download it and compile the next part. Not compile, but download the next part of the video. Or you had to sit and wait for the whole video to download before you could even play it. So you're like, okay, I want to watch this. You clicked on it, and then you went over and took a cup of coffee. Or you went out to take a shit, or you yelled at the wife or masturbated to some porn that you have downloaded the day before. And then when you were done with all of that, now you could watch, your 5-minute video or something like that. That was how you used the internet back in the day. For just like running on here and reading stuff like this, this was fine. This was not. It was faster, maybe like when you open up like a simple web page like you do with Wikipedia here. This is like probably when we have to load in the images. So they cheated a little bit. So they had a low resolution part of this image that they have here, and then when you clicked on it, you actually downloaded the full-blown image. Nowadays they're just scaling it down. But it would probably take you 10-15 seconds to load this page here. Maybe a little bit less. So it was doable to read, text pages, on the internet. The second you started to want to consume content, like what this was basically made for, now we're talking minutes before we can actually do shit. But they understood that was the future. But like many other companies, they live in a world that don't exist. So they bet, or they thought, because the guy that owned BeOS, the big guy, the champ, was a former Apple. I think he was the CEO or COO or what it was from the France division of Apple products or something like that. He was an engineer, Jean-Luc Gassard, what his name was. And he thought he could do what Apple was doing. He thought that, Apple can trend set. They can determine market trajectories. Therefore, we can also. But BeOS was a small company. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Jean-Luc Gassard, yeah. You can say what the fuck it is. I can't speak French. But he thought that he could influence the market the same as Apple. And you can only do that if you are lucky and you have the right product at the right time. BeOS as a product was nothing special. Like Apple did multimedia really well, but they just did it better. BeOS as an OS had a lot of technologies that were 10-15 years ahead of its time. they just didn't have the infrastructure to back it up, aka one minute they are PowerPC platform, the next minute they are a 32-bit system, an Intel 32-bit system, and then they are Internet of Things system, and all of that within 5 years. So they didn't give the products time to mature and build up a customer base and stuff like that. Because when they did this here in like the late 90s, early 2000s, they have almost abandoned BeOS. BeOS went almost unrecognizable, not untouched, but they did start to work on BeOS 6 when they went under, but they haven't done much with BeOS 6. And Palm actually bought the code for BeOS 6. And the Yellow Tab or the Zeta OS had some of that code and were using some of that code, and that's why they got into a lot of troubles. Let me put it that way. Yeah, but so again, like I said, BeOS's management team was not really that great because he wanted more money. He wanted way more money than BeOS was worth. That was all it came down to, money. Because they wanted BeOS rather than Next Step. They wanted it. But the good old French man, as an arrogant motherfucker as they always are, the good old French people, he wanted way more money than the product was worth. And he will not budge. Had he been okay with that, macOS would have been a descendant of BeOS instead of Next Step or Next OS. And BeOS did a lot of things. Like I said, the technology of the operating system with the multi-threading, multi-core performances and stuff like that. It is a real-time OS. It was 10-15 years ahead of any other operating system out there. But they just didn't give it time to, to settle, to be known on the market, because among hobbyists, every hobbyist knew about BeOS. And it's really hard to find anyone back in the day that talked negative about BeOS back in the day, because it was that great of a system. The thing is that I think they put all the eggs in one basket and they change direction too often. Now we are making our B-box and BeOS. Now let's not do hardware, now we're only doing software. And I think have they just done only software and they have not put all their basket into that whole Sony or Toshiba deal that they did, they would probably still be around today. But they just made one bad decision after a bad decision after a bad decision. Too many changes for the market to, if you were like a PowerPC only system for 2 or 3 years, and then you change, and only change for 1 or 2 years, and then you change again to something else. Like, there's a reason why Apple are still supporting Intel CPUs and Intel program stuff, like, because they know that their customer base and users needs to slowly get integrated into the new paradigms. With BeOS as a company, it was like, now we're doing this, now we're doing that. So the few customers they had, like BeOS was massive in the radio stations. I think there are still to this day radio stations using BeOS for, all of their fucking shit that they do in radio stations. But they were just all over the place, man. They were too much all over the place. I remember a lot of us wanted the B-box, their own little machine they made. Let's see if we can find this one here. This little machine here. It was like every nerd's wet dream back in the 90s and early 2000s. Everyone wanted one of these. Not everyone, but it was sexy. And this was a PowerPC-based system. But then they dropped that not long after they started doing their thing. And I think rightly so. They should not be a hardware company. They they didn't have the money to be a hardware company. But had they just done, you know, what the OS2 did and focus on the operating system, because they were this small company, they could have started with the operating system and built up a user base, foundation, and then become a hardware afterwards. You know, let's build the software and then build the hardware when people know who we are. But there are videos on YouTube where they demo BeOS on B-boxes like in the 90s. And you see engineers just fucking losing their marbles over what it can do. There were technologies in BeOS in 1999 that took Linux up till almost 2010 to implement. Windows did it in like 2005 or 6. That's how advanced this was from its time. There are still aspects of this operating system today, like I said, going in here and fucking around with your cores on the fly and stuff like that, that you can't do on any other system today. The B file system, or I think it's called the Open B file system that it's running Haiku or something like that, handle large files, media files, and codecs and not codecs, music files and stuff like that, probably better than any file system still in existence to this day. They just lack, you know, the hardware support. They lack the software support for third-party vendors on Haiku. And again, I can't remember. I think it's like one guy working on it full time or something like that. If we go in here. Oh, WebKit just propped its pants. There you go. They said it here in the release notes. Yeah, he was employed as a contractor to work. Yeah, so they have one guy that are basically contracted to work on the system. The rest is done by the community. So if I'm going to piss off my Linux people here, this system here is done how most people think Linux is being developed. By the people, for the people. I don't think there's any massive... Microsoft is not sponsoring this shit. Oracle, IBM are not sponsoring this. It's hobbyists like you and me that are sponsoring Haiku OS. And that's the image when I talk to people that hear about Linux. That's the image they get about Linux, is that it's a grassroots, you know, organization. It's done by the people, for the people. When in reality, Linux is done mostly by big, massive, million-dollar, billion-dollar companies. That's like 99% of what is done with Linux. Hey, Marcus, that's done to Linux is done by massive corporations. That's the vast majority of people coding for Linux, using Linux, and supporting Linux. But Haiku is what people think Linux is. It's actually that. It's you and me developing for it. It's you and me sponsoring it. And that's why it's so slow. Hey, Wells. So if you want to if you want to see what Linux would be like without corporate sponsorship, look at Haiku. That's what we can. That's to some extent what we can expect. If Linux lost all of its corporate world support and backing, it will crawl down to like a thing like Haiku is. It will probably be, you know, more developed than Haiku, and, you know, a little bit faster development cycle, but not much. Not much. So let's say it takes Haiku 3 years to do a beta. It may take Linux maybe a year and a half or a year to do a beta. But if we take all corporate sponsorship away from Linux. It seems the product existed since... Yeah, so this project was made when BeOS went under. The community... Because when BeOS was about to go under, it was in the making, okay? Let me look at that way. Yeah, it has X11 Wayland capabilities, so it has, yeah. People knew already in the late 90s that the company, they needed to do something to stay afloat. And that's when they started to do all of this internet applications, and they changed direction almost every 6 months at the last part of their company endeavors. But it was in the making for like 2 or 3 years that the B company, they didn't know the identity of the company. They didn't know what they wanted. They were all over the place, and they thought they were bigger than they are. So it was kind of in the making. I remember a lot of people, because we were like, they made BeOS 5, and then you barely hear anything from them. And now we're doing this internet applications, and we're doing this, and we work on these Internet of Things stuff, and then what about BeOS? BeOS was what B was known for, the company B. It was not hardware related, it was the operating system they were known for. But they kind of was like, oh, because we didn't get the Sony deal and blah, blah, blah. They were a little bit all over the place. So people starting to basically illegally respin BeOS. So we have something called BeOS Max and stuff like that, where they respin BeOS 5. Where they just basically went on to like the hardware portals on the internet and downloaded some software and respawned it, and they mingled with a little bit of code and stuff like that. And then when BeOS went under, those kind of people that make all those respins, because one of, I can't remember which one it was, but one of them forked the B file system, which is the one that we are using today under Haiku. They forked the BeOS file system. Or again, the BeOS file system was proprietary, so they imitated it, and it was some former BeOS engineers that did it. So you get what I'm trying to say here. They borrowed some code, I suspect, in quotes, to do the OpenB file system, which is the one we are using today, and that's probably what they did. So a lot of the former BeOS developers and stuff like that have their fingers in what we are using today on Haiku. I suspect some of them are still involved in the project today. To be honest, I think they still are. We have 3,676 programs in here. And then Haiku just, took over to become basically an open source version of BeOS. That's how you can look at it. And I don't know if B open sourced BeOS, if that would have saved the company. Because what I think would have happened is that someone would just have forked it, like, we have BeOS today. Or sorry, Haiku OS. Because there were so many, and there was also internal power struggles within the company, and there were so many fucking crazy things going on. It was mental. It was mental. But they made this amazing operating system. And yeah, BeOS, yeah, it's binary compatible, yeah. Because it's mostly based on BeOS. Yeah, it's a crazy fucking thing, man. It's a crazy thing. BeOS, or the company B, suffer a lot from bad luck and bad mistakes. If they didn't run into a lawsuit, or they didn't put the effort into something that then didn't happen and stuff like that. They betted on the wrong pony, so to speak, or the wrong horse. or better to it too early. And then you have the lawsuits and power struggles on top of that. You know, it's just like, it's all of these small paper cuts, I think you can say. And they didn't have massive backing either. Like, they didn't have a Steve Jobs to back them up, or Microsoft, or, you know. It was venture capital. You know, they have to go out and get venture capital. And I think to some degree, John Lucas, or what the fuck his name is, sponsored a lot of it from his own money. And he's not a Bill Gates, or was not a Steve Jobs. He don't have deep pockets, of course. Like even Mark Shuttleworth had probably more money to start up Ubuntu with than the B people have with B, the company. Like, this company was probably started up with way less money than Ubuntu was started up with. Plus, Ubuntu started up with an already solid foundation. Where BeOS, or the B developers, they made everything from scratch. Besides, they did use some open source technologies, but most of it they made themselves. So you are a small company with limited amount of funds. You're building hardware from scratch. You're building software from scratch. In the 90s, where there's already 4 or 5 massive companies out there making their own consumer-level desktop operating system. You can kind of see what I'm coming with here. I do think BeOS could have, like, if they just focused on the operating system, I think they could have been around for way longer than they did. And I don't know if open sourcing it, like I said, would have done it, but maybe limit open sourcing it. So, you know, kind of like what Vivaldi does, is that you're allowed to look at the source code, you can contribute to the source code, but you can't fork it. You know, you can't take our work and use it, but you can help out the project. Because, yeah, it's a fun fucking... I used to play this a lot back in the day. That is why it's not so compatible with modern hardware. Yeah, but mostly because they don't have people to help them develop the new code. That's the problem they have. Like they don't have, you know, like what is Ubuntu? They are close to 1,000 people working on Ubuntu, and most of those are probably developers. They have like probably one guy or maybe a handful of people trying to get hardware support for Haiku. That's not easy, man. You know, I believe that if you gave Haiku the same development effort as Ubuntu or Fedora and stuff like that, it will take off like a motherfucker. Is it them that makes compatible layer with OpenBS to have more dry? I think they are, yeah, because BeOS back in the day was also roughly based on BeOS, or not BeOS. They used some FreeBSD stuff like NextStep did. So NextStep and the company, BeOS and NextStep, the operating system, they had have a lot of similarities. They were doing a lot of the same shit. Where NextStep was more focused on, you know, the STEM industry, the science industry, the educational industry, and BeOS was more focused on the creative industry. But they were, and the desktop, of course, the consumer desktop. NextStep was not really focused on the consumer desktop. But it's I have an itchy ear. Fucking irritating. Yeah, it's a strange thing, man. Oh, Queenie. Let's try and install this shit. But yeah, like it was so fucking amazing back in the day. Yeah. They did like Next Step did. They borrowed a lot of stuff from BSD. And here's something that you may wonder if you're an open source person. Why do a lot of companies take technology from FreeBSD and not Linux when Linux is more used and more known? And it's the license. It's the difference between the BSD license and the TPL that most Linux components are using. They can just do more with BSD license than they can do with the GPL. So they can take BSD license and proprietary it. They don't have to give back. AKA, the BSD license are more open, so to speak, or more malleable, or more flexible, depending on how you look at it. Where if you want to use a GPL or GPL-like license, there are specific rules and things you can and can't do. A lot of restrictions. And, oh, this is because of the GTK application. And that's but it is what it is, I guess. You could debate if that's a good or bad thing. That's why the bomber called Linux a cancer. Everything GPL touches must be open. Yeah, and I kind of get that. Like why should you determine what I do with my software? And if you want me to use your software, then be more, malleable to the way the rest of the world works. Oh yeah, I remember this one. I don't think it does. Because also you have to remember that Haiku, it has one file, it has one file system. It has one package management system. It has one UI. You know, under Linux, if you're doing a distribution, you have to make sure that XFCE works and all of the fucking things that, you have so many moving components with Linux that you need to make sure that your distribution can handle, unless you're just resplitting Debian or something like that. But if you're building everything from scratch like you're doing with Fedora to some extent, well, you are maintaining XFCE for Fedora, you are maintaining i3 and, Python and all of these fucking things. Well, Python you also have to maintain for Haiku, but you get what I'm saying here. There's one way of doing it here. There's one UI, there's one distribution of one spin of it, there's one file system, there's not ZFS, XFS, and BTIFS, and EXT 1, 2, 3, and 4 that still is being fucking used, and all of that shit. So there's a lot of development effort in Linux that are being wasted to some extent, because not only the Fedora people have to have a package maintainer for Fedora, they also have to have then Debian have to have a package maintainer, not Fedora, XFCE. Then Debian needs to have a package maintainer for XFCE. Ubuntu may also have their own. SUSE have their own. Arts have their own. So we have all of these different people all basically working on making one thing work under Linux. So we have 3 or 4 developers, package developers, maintain. Sometimes one package maintainer don't only do one package. Sometimes they maintain more than one package. But you get what I'm trying to say here. So that's 4 people that are trying to make sure that XFCE runs on the majority of distributions. Where under Haiku, you just need one. Freedom of software means I can choose between open source. Yeah. And now we have, snaps, app images, and Flatpaks. Yeah, like, that's the thing with Linux that kind of drives me a little bit up the wall, is that we are doing so much to make sure it's not easy to support Linux. Because if there's one thing Linux people don't like, that's having a standard. Because they feel that you lose the individuality of Linux if you have a standard. Like one of the absolute biggest fucking, like, massive things we could do for Linux, and the adoption rate for Linux, was to just choose one package manager. Yeah, extremist also, yeah, but just choose one package format. Just choose one. No matter what I don't care what the fuck it is. Choose one. That will help developers so fucking much. And that also means that we need less package developers. Just choose one. You can have one native and one universal. I don't care if it's GTZ or if it's RPM or Deb and Flatpak or what. I just choose one. Sometimes when you hear developers talk about Linux, why they're not supporting Linux, they are like, oh, so you want me to support Linux? What distribution do you want me to support? Okay, if I support that distribution, what about all the other distributions? They will now get angry at me for not supporting it. Or now they have to have a community member converting my package that I support, let's say Ubuntu with, over to Arch. So my code is being diluted by someone else's mentally with it, so it can run on Arch. If you're talking native package formats. That's kind of what Flatpak and Snappak is trying to mend here. Yeah, you have 25 ways of solving one problem, and that's not good. That's not good. Sometimes you need only one. 2 or 3 would be the best, if you ask me. That's kind of also the whole spiel with Python. That's one of the goals with Python. They want to have 1 or 2 ways of solving a problem. Where if you go into C++ and Java and stuff like that, there are multiple ways of doing one thing. And that leads to confusion, and that leads to incompatibility with code, and so on and so on. Python are really opinionated in a way that this is how we do it. This is how we do it. But that also means that you get simpler code, you get more compatible code, and so on and so on. I don't know, it's hard to do that in Linux communities. It seems like for every problem someone finds, they start an independent. Yeah, so that's the narcissistic tendencies within people, is that I know what's best, and if you don't follow what I say, I'm going to show you that I'm better than you by doing my own thing. I'm almost sure that if we talk to all past and current distribution developers, most of those distributions came because they think they can do it better than anyone else. I can do it better than Ubuntu. I can do it better than X, Y, and Z. But in reality, we only have a handful of Linux distributions. We have SUSE, OpenSUSE, Ubuntu, Debian, and Arch, or Gentoo. Those are the only ones that matters. Those are the only distributions that matters. And you can debate that Gentoo even matter. And let's be honest, the Linux distributions that the world care about, and not hobbyists, Ubuntu, Debian, SUSE, OpenSUSE, Fedora, Red Hat. Anything else they don't really care anything about. That's why you see corporate support comes to Debian, Ubuntu, SUSE, OpenSUSE, Fedora, Arch. That's why companies support them and support their technologies. Not Arch, not Gentoo. Well, there are few that supports Gentoo, but you get what I'm saying here. In reality, though, like Red Hat, Fedora, Debian, Ubuntu, OpenSUSE, Tumbleweed, those are actually the only distributions that matter under Linux. Yeah, Red Hat is with Fedora. Those are the only one that matters. Everyone else is just someone that say, I can do better, so therefore I'm doing it. And those distributions I just mentioned are also the most used distributions. Everyone else is dwarfing compared to them. Like, if you take Mint versus Ubuntu, it's like Mint is like a fucking speck on the windscreen. It's like a fly that you know, rammed the head first into the windscreen and got its spot all over its own head. Nobody cares. People care about Mint, but you get what I'm saying here. If you go into like the world where Linux is used the most, the corporate world, Mint is like so. Oh yeah, like how cute. How cute. You know, Elementary OS, Soviet, and all of those fucking great distributions, don't get me wrong, they're good distributions. But the only people that really care about them are you and me. You know? And let's be honest, I care more about Haiku than I care about any Linux distribution. But Haiku just can't do what I wanted to do as a main system alternative. It's a hard pill to swallow for many, but it's so true because used distributions that have companies all over the world know and care about. Yeah, Mint is Ubuntu without snaps. That's another thing. That's why I don't like Mint. I used to love Linux Mint, but I don't do it anymore. Because they're sitting there on their high horses, on their throne, and yelling and screaming at Ubuntu. And being like, oh, Ubuntu this bad, blah blah, and 99% of their distribution is fucking Ubuntu. Like, the only thing Mint does is take away snaps, making a few packages into flat packages, and maintaining and developing Cinnamon. They don't touch the user land, they don't touch the kernel, they don't touch the Ubuntu core components, aka they are Ubuntu with another dress on. But let's bitch and moan about Ubuntu. That's why they do the Debian edition, because what if Ubuntu say, fuck you, and you can't use our base anymore? They are fucked. If they really was that fucking angry at Ubuntu, then stop basing it on Ubuntu and basing it on Debian. It can be done. It's not that fucking it probably is difficult, but put your fucking, you know, your money and your effort where your mouth is. To me, the Mint people are just a bunch of fucking hypocrites. Nothing more. They are one of the most hypocritical development team out there. If you don't like Ubuntu, don't use it. Yeah, focus on the Mint Debian edition. Put your effort where your mouth is. But just like anyone else on the fucking internet, it's so easy to just bitch and moan about, you know, what you want things to be and play the big tough guy when you don't have to do anything. But the second you have to do anything, it's like, oh, no. Why do they base themselves on Ubuntu? Because it's fucking easy and convenient. It's the most supported distribution in the world. That's why they're doing it, man. But you can't sit here and call Ubuntu a bad company and yell and scream about Ubuntu when you are so heavily dependent on them. Like, it's like, it's the same people that sit this. You guys are getting me on a rant right now. It's the same people sitting and bitching and moaning about work conditions and buying organic fucking, you know, food and made in America products on their fucking iPhone or their tablet that is made in China and have fucking minerals in them that are being mined by fucking child labor. in so fucking harsh condition that they die from it. But let's tell the world why they should not go and buy outsourced products and stuff, that while we are using outsourced products right now by fucking talking about it. It's the same with those fucking environmental fucking activists that were clunging themselves all over the place because they were against big oil, why they were wearing their canvas fucking shoe or what, the Converse shoes and their pants that's all made from fucking oil. You know? Their t-shirts was made from oil, their wristbands was made from oil. The glue they used was fucking using oil products in them. You know, that is that form of hypocrisy that I just can't deal with. It's like... I know someone that don't want to buy... They buy cruelty-free makeup. You know, it's not been tested on animals, but they run around in fucking... You know, shoes and clothes that is been made from the skin of those animals. Yeah, okay, they didn't get tested. You know, they didn't get lipstick on. Okay, they didn't get lipstick on them. But you're now using their fucking fur and stuff like that. And they're being mistreated anyway. Just as bad. You just didn't put lipstick on them. To see if they get a reaction. But they are being mis-fucking treated in any way possible. You go to fucking the shop and buy, you know... eggs that's made by chickens fucking eating themselves to death and stuff like that. But hey, let's not test fucking, you know, make up on those chickens. I don't care if they're pecking themselves to death and shitting all over themselves so I can get a cheap egg. I just don't want my makeup on those chickens. That's a step too far. I don't want my makeup on them. But I don't care about their living condition. It's that form of hypocrisy that I just can't deal with people nowadays. It's like they sit here and want to be holier than thou and stuff like that, and while they're doing it, they are using a lot of and doing exact same thing that they're against. They just don't fucking understand it because it's not in their face. It's just not up in their face. It's the same with vegans. Oh, I don't believe that animals should be killed, but you do know that all of the pesticides and all that fucking shit that are being killed so you can eat a salad, like the critters, the mice, the rats, the rodents, are they not as worthy as being alive as a cow? Or are they just not cute enough? Is that what it is? They are not cute enough. So it's okay to kill a cockroach or a pesticide or a rodent or a rat, but don't slaughter my fucking cow. Like, oh. Yeah, those kind. I can't stand those people. Most of the small businesses consumers I deal with go with either Ubuntu or with SUSE. Yeah, they go with something that has commercial support, yeah. What is your job, by the way, Linux Vlogs? I always wonder why most companies like Sony placed an Apple fork BSD instead of Linux. Is Linux too much drama? No, it's the license set. It comes down to the license. It's the license. What they are doing with BSD, they can't do with a GPL license. So that's why they're not doing it. It's the license. Walmart uses SUSE for some things. They still they use XP still. Yeah. Companies are really bad at upgrading. Oh, this is a backup thingy. Nice. Haiku has a lot of fucking great tools, to be honest. I hope you had a good... Yeah, same to you, open source guy, man. I hope you're doing well and your family are doing well. Linux is not the big drama, but the GPL... Linux is the drama also, because the GPL people, they kind of forces their drama into the Linux world. And then the Linux fanboys listen to the GPL people, and they're kind of mimicking each other. It's kind of like a echo chamber. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, Linux definitely need a standard. We need to standardize Linux. Yeah, it really does. Life is life. Yeah. I'm a consultant who also set up networks and servers for small businesses. I am a cybersecurity expert. I do some of the, not the cybersecurity thing, but I kind of do some of the same thing right now for a company, a really, really small company, working on the infrastructure and setting up computers and stuff like that. I came to work the last day before Christmas, and the boss was booting up a computer he had laying around. It had Windows 95 on it. I hadn't seen Windows 95 in forever, man. A lot of the machines run SUSE also. Yeah, SUSE is used a lot, man. So I'm thinking about making an open SUSE respin just to, you know, as an exercise. Making a distribution of open SUSE without Yast and all of that fucking shit. Either that or Debian. I don't know yet. But I want to do a distribution. I want to do a respin just for the sake of it. And build a lot of tool sets around it and stuff like that. But I don't know if it should be Fedora, Debian, or SUSE. I don't know which one of them it should be. But I need to figure out, again, Fedora, Debian, or SUSE. I'm leaning a little bit towards SUSE. Fedora, maybe. But nobody really spin off open SUSE, so I thought that could be a fun thing to do. Take out Yast. A lot of people don't like Yast. And I kind of understand that. So let's just take out Yast. I did that to test it today. I'm running OpenSUSE right now, Tumbleweed, without Yast on it. What is Linux? So SUSE is not a girl. Am I wrong? Am I in the wrong channel then? Well, SUSE can be a girl. It can be whatever you want it to be. It's a lizard. It's the lizard people. Like a girl that's crying. It's actually called SUSE. Yeah, it's like Red Hat Linux, you know. SUSE or Red Hat Linux, you can't go wrong with either of them. Heck, Ubuntu Server is just as good. When you're choosing like between Ubuntu Server, SUSE, and Red Hat, you're just choosing ecosystems. You know, like, it's just what ecosystems do you like? What distribution come packaged with the packages that you need? Because they all have their different container technologies and all of that shit. So it's just a matter of which one of those technologies do you like the best, and then you choose that system. And in the States, it's mostly Red Hat. Over here, it's mostly SUSE. In the Germany area, and in the broader European area, it's Ubuntu, SUSE, and mostly Ubuntu, probably. Oh, NetBeans. Oh my god. 2016. Node.js. Wow. You can actually set up a full-blown fucking development station out of Haiku. Nice. Oh, I use SUSE since version, well, probably version 2 or 3 or something like that in the 90s. SUSE was one of my first, like Red Hat Linux before it was called Red Hat Enterprise Linux, was my first ever Linux distro. And then I migrated over to SUSE and Mandrake. And then I tried all, like, if there is a distribution on DistroWatch, I probably installed it at some point. But I always came back to SUSE Linux. SUSE or Mandrake. But now Mandrake is dead, so now I'm always coming back to SUSE. When Ubuntu came around, I started to use Ubuntu more and more. I still do like Ubuntu quite a lot. But I still have, like, it's this, like, SUSE was the, you know, the first, like, Red Hat and SUSE was the first paradigms I got exposed to, so I have a little bit of a affinity towards it, what you will call it. So when I'm using Red Hat or SUSE, it's like I'm home. You know, I feel at home there. Purple Discord. Oh, that's a library. Yeah, white green boxes with a gecko. Yeah, I used to buy a lot of those boxes, man. I started with Red Hat 4.1. I think it was one of those Red Hats. 4.2 or 3. I can't remember which one I used. Then tried SUSE, then Mandrake, but ended up with open. Yeah. Yeah, I'm Asian also, man. I don't know, like, I don't like this, that, oh, this is the best distro, because it all comes down to what your preferences are as a human. It's like saying my wife is the best wife ever. Well, if you hate her, you will probably not say that, but, you know, or my car is the best car ever. It comes too much down to personal preference. That's why I don't like these top fucking, yeah, the best one for me, yeah. Retro arts. Wow! Really? Cool. Yeah, I wish I was a fucking rockstar developer, because I would probably have forked Mandrake back in the days. Like I have so many fucking ideas about making a distribution. We can talk about that. Can we open up a text editor or something like that? Hey, I was about to call you Kent. Hey, Lamer. Hey, Fish. Does this time actually fucking... This is not the right time, right? Oh, it's okay. It's going good, man. No, it's an hour behind. Okay, it's an hour behind. Oh, that's a find map. I thought it was zooming. Why can't I set the fucking text size? Fuck that. Hey, Rowdy. Yeah, there probably are more packages than next than AUR, but it don't matter that how many packages you have, that, to be honest. Oh, fucking wheel bearings are fucking crazy. It can be really expensive. Oh yes, is that even today many small businesses are still using... Yep, they're still using XP in 2000, yeah. Yeah, the companies don't like to upgrade, man. They're afraid it breaking. I bought the cheapest wheel bearing, yeah, but the labor cost can be fucking expensive, though. The labor cost. If it start like... If one of those bearings is like really nested in there and hard to get out, you know, it can get expensive. Here you go. Let's go up to 36. There you go. My distro. So, let's do this. This is something I've had in my mind for years. So, let me be the one to tell everyone how to make a distribution, because I don't want to. So first, I want one desktop environment. And I don't care if it's XFCE or KDE or what the fuck it is. I prefer to be in KDE or XFCE. That's the focus. Winlick looks. I don't think you can do that. You will get sued. So it needs to be one DE. Of course, it can support anything else, but that's the focus of the distribution is one DE. It has to be based on a indie system. So it cannot be like, Ubuntu is a fork of Debian and so on. So it has to be either SUSE, Debian, Fedora. I don't want to do Arch Linux because Arch Linux is not a good desktop operating system. Arch Linux is a research system, if you ask me. And what the fuck was the other one? Make tools to simplify the use. So, if there is something in the desktop environment that is not easily done, but a lot of people are doing, make a tool for it. And don't duplicate, efforts. Don't duplicate. One main file format and one uni. So if you're going with if you're going with SUSE or Fedora, it would be RPM, and then maybe Flatpak and Snappak. If you're going with Deb, it would be Deb or either Flatpak or Snappak. But what I don't want is that, okay, we're using Flatpak for that program, and Snappak for that program, and Deb for that program. You have one or two package formats. And separate repos. This is the one that I'm not that good at. So, one for the core system. So the kernel, the core library, the user LAN and stuff like that. One for apps. So Chrome, Kdenlive and all that fucking shit. And and one kernel. Because under the kernel one, I want a main kernel and an LTS kernel. Apps, the app repo are being rolling updated. The core system slowly updated. Slow, is that how you spell it? So what I'm talking about, what I mean with the core system, so anything but the user LAN stuff, like SPAS. Wait, I forgot one. One GFX repo. So Mesa, NVIDIA. So like the user LAN, so that could be Bash, it could be GCC, glibc, and all of those things. They should be updated slowly, or in a set manner, properly slowly. So in the core system, it's all about stability, security. It could even be the desktop environment in here, I really don't know. But for things like Firefox, Chrome, Kdenlive, all of these things, I want them to be as updated as possible. And then the kernel repo is just so some people prefer the LTS kernel, some people want the main kernel. So one of those things. And then one separate repo for graphic card drivers. And probably also doing them in a more slow to medium way. So stability is over the latest features. But you can see here, this is like we are talking hundreds of hours of work. And this and the way this here the repo system is set up, nobody's doing it like that. Because everything is just in either main, contrib, and non-free repos. Most distributions, they split up their repos after, is it a main, is it the core system? Is it a contribution repo? And is it a non-free repo? And I think that's wrong. I think it needs to be the core system is in one repo. Then you have all the apps in another repo, and then maybe the kernel. The kernel and this core system, they can kind of be put together up here. Core system, maybe kernel also. So three repos, and then just put, you know, don't give a fuck about it being open source or not open source. Just put it in there, and then have a warning telling people that this is a non-open source software you're about to install. But I think so. Basically, what I'm looking for would be like a Debian stable core system with the application being like running Arch Linux or Tumbleweed. So when you're going to, let's say, install Python, you get the latest and greatest. You're going to install a text editor, you're getting the latest and greatest. It's basically what the universal package format is trying to solve here. It's kind of Debian with a universal package format that have all the software in the universal package format. That's not the core system. That's kind of the system I'm building up here. But we then also have the graphic libraries or the graphic card drivers separately from the core system, so they can be more controversial when they are updating. Because I've noticed that a lot of distributions, when they update the kernel, or sorry, the drivers, the graphic card drivers, you see a lot of regression going on, because they don't test them that well. So I'd rather be a version or two behind on my graphic card drivers, but they are actually working and are not slowing down my system, than running the latest and greatest graphic card driver, but it's slowing down my system. And I want my core system, you know, my glibcs and stuff like that, to be slow and focus on stability over than the latest and greatest. But I also want, you know, my Firefox, my Thunderbirds, my, you know, my text editors, my LibreOffices and stuff like that to be the latest and greatest. But to do that, you then have, if you're basing it off SUSE or OpenSUSE or Tumbleweed, you now have to mirror their fucking repo, split their repos up, do your own thing, or just add the kernel thingy to, you know, the LTS kernel to their repo, because SUSE don't have the LTS kernel, and Fedora don't have the LTS kernel, and Debian don't have the mainline kernel unless you're going testing. So in that case, it would just be like with SUSE, you could just add a LTS repo, Debian a mainline repo, and Fedora a LTS repo. But then you're still coming out, you're still in this little conundrum that the core system and the applications are still morphed together. And that's why I kind of like the universal package format a little bit, because that allows me to run Debian stable and having a really, 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 really rock solid, stable, secure base system. But I'm getting the latest and greatest, you know, whatever the snap package or flat package it is, because they're getting updated rollingly. So that's why I like those four ideas. That I can then say, okay, my core system, my OS is massively stable and locked down and secure. But I do like, you know, my text editors and stuff like that to be of the latest version. My IDEs, my video editors, my video players and stuff like that. And I feel most distributions, they're just plopping everything into one big repo, and then not diverting them in a way that, you know, where it makes sense. You know, okay, this is an application repo and this is a core system repo. No, let's just do like free, non-free, and that's it. And maybe core. But core for them is just meaning that these are the packages that we ourselves maintain. And then you have, you know, the contrib is the community. and non-free is the non-free. You know, I feel we are putting too much into one big fucking mess. But again, even though you put them into one big mess, you can still just, you know, you can still say something like the kernel is being controversially upgraded, the core system being controversially upgraded, where the application is being aggressively upgraded. But it just makes sense to have them separated, if you ask me. You know, it makes it more manageable, to be honest. I envy you guys that don't have power for hours every day. Laptop battery corrupt, no sun, no charge. Oh shit, that's awful, man. For the kernel, if you're waiting to make your distro more performance, main kernel will work. Ubuntu with LibreOffice and ribbon menu MS fonts. You can't distribute MS fonts. MS fonts, you can't distribute them. But you can make a program that installs them for you. I share the same idea of you that applications should be upstream more often than the core system. Nix allows to have multiple versions of the same time because each application have its own directory. Yeah. Companies such as Canonical, Red Hat, and SUSE understand that businesses don't upgrade for years. This is why I recommend these distributions, because you... Yeah. Yeah, but this is kind of like an idea that I've been working on for the last couple of years. So... Debian is probably the most obvious choice. Because you can easily do that with Debian. Fedora... it's just a little bit iffy to respin. And SUSE, you have all of this extra shit going on with Yast and stuff like that. So... the main reason with this distribution is it has to be simple. And having Yast that duplicates a lot of the same settings and stuff like that is not making it simple. So you have to take Yast away. And you can easily do that. I run my OpenSUSE right now without Yast installed. So, like, I ripped it out when I installed it just to see how it was. Yeah, if you don't know how to... so Yast is amazing for a system administrator. But if you're not a system administrator, like the settings menu in XFCE or GNOME or KDE is all you need. It's all you need. It provides you with everything you need as a basic user. But Yast is so powerful, it's amazing. But if you are a system administrator. So what I like about the Debian thing here is that you can easily have two versions. You can have a really, really stable version of the distro running Debian stable, and you can have kind of like a Fedora Arch SUSE tumbleweed kind of thing with running Debian testing or unstable. So that's why I'm leaning a little bit more over to Debian. That you can let the user choose, do you want a highly stable one but with the same tools, you know, custom made tools to simplify your use, or do you want one that gives you more of the latest and greatest? Where Fedora you have an aggressively updated release cycle. And under SUSE, well, you have Leap, but Leap is being outphased, so you don't want to base anything on Leap. But then you have Tumbleweed as a rolling release, and a lot of people don't agree with rolling releases. It's too much for them. Unless you do something so it only prompts the user to upgrade really, really, like once a week or something like that. No, Manjaro has the same problems that Fedora and SUSE have, is that it's too aggressive for a lot of people with the updating thing. And there's just too many fucking bugs with Manjaro. I used to love Manjaro, but after you use Manjaro for a while, it all gets like... That should tell the user click and install them as front often have it. That you can do, Lamer. You can make a script that installed it for them. That's legal, yeah. You don't have to use Yast, Lamer. You don't have to use Yast. You can go into a config file and do it. Just because it's there, you don't have to change. You don't have to use it. Like I said, if you have to use Yast, you should not be able to uninstall Yast. I uninstalled Yast. I did it today. It's running fine. You don't have to use Yast. Everything you can do in Yast, you can do in a config file. The only thing Yast is doing is giving you a graphical user front end to config files. That's all it does. You don't have to use it. I rarely use it anyway. When I was changing stuff under my Tumbleweed install, I did it in a config file. I actually only used Yast for the software installer and the repo manager. Everything else I did in config files. Oh yeah, you have Yast in the terminal. That's right, yeah. Mint just works. Well, it's Ubuntu. Ubuntu just works. Yeah, Tumbleweed is really stable. Yast don't work on other distros than SUSE. As far as I know, Yast only works on SUSE. Because it's depending on some shit that is... it's about the whole dependency. I have like a fucking throat... Oh my god, it's like someone just peed in my throat, man. I don't think you can install Yast on anything other than SUSE. And if I even think Yast is is Yast open source? I don't think it is. Oh, it is open source. It's not in Ruby though. It's not in Ruby. But yeah, I can show you. I can show that I'm running. Let's shut this shit down. I can show you that I'm running SUSE without Yast. You're on Ubuntu LTS. Yeah, I'm debating on going over to LTS also. Actually going back to Pop OS. I have Pop OS installed also. MX Linux seems to have a lot of scripts. Strangely, I think it's made me a bit afraid of it. Yeah, I don't personally like MX Linux that much. I don't have Red Hat installed anywhere. So if you go up here and you go into settings, see, I have no Yast whatsoever installed. And if I go in here and I still have Cypher or Zip or what you will call it installed. See, I can still use the package manager. And I just edit I go in here and I can edit the the zipper conf file. and go nuts in here, which I recommend everyone to do, by the way. I can show you guys what I did. Here. Solver.only require equal true, so you don't get all of the bloat and all that fucking shit that you get with the if it's turned off, because then it installs both recommended, or it installs the required packages and the recommended packages, which I find a little bit too fucking cray-cray. But yeah, I have no Yast whatsoever in here. Whatsoever. I don't have to use, you don't have to use it. It's like you don't have to use any front end under Linux to do anything. You can still go into the text file and do it if you want so to. But then, is this bookmarks? But then I have to make some tools that easily allow you to add repos and stuff like that, because that can be a little bit complicated. And also when you update, you have to, if you're installing the pacman repo, you need to set the priorities and stuff like that. I do like Fedora quite a lot, to be honest. Like I said, Fedora and SUSE, OpenSUSE are kind of the two. They're the two distributions I always come back to. And the only reason why I prefer, or sometimes prefer SUSE, is that it's installed once and upgrade forever. Like it's a rolling release. Where Fedora, some of the programs are rolling, some are not, and it's a little bit of a mess. But yeah, I do like I do like Cypher or Zipper or what it's called. Like it's amazing. The whole formatting of it is amazing. It easily shows you if something is installed or not, and there's also a way of see if there's any no, you can't do that under Tumbleweed. But under Leap, you can upgrade only exploits and stuff like that. You can do that with Fedora with doing sudo dnf up min. Then you're only upgrading bug and security fixes. You're not getting newer versions of the program, like feature upgrades and stuff like that. So that can heavily slim down your upgrade methods under SUSE. Yeah, Manjaro is one of those systems. Like when I run them and I set them up or set it up, it runs great in the beginning. But then the more I start to use it and I use more and more Yay stuff and stuff like that, something just always fuck up. Yeah, keep it simple. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I like about this over DNF and stuff like that, is that the output of Cypher or Zipper is just way more readable and understandable than anything else. They have gone through a big effort to make sure that you understand what's on the screen. Heck, I can even install DNF here if I want to. Like, I can install DNF on the SUSE if I want to. and use that. So if we're doing Yast, this is all the Yast things in the repo. And if it was here with this, it will have been an I over here, or I think a U for upgradable. I have nothing installed from Yast in here. Yeah, you are bug. If you're running a rolling, well, Tumblebee actually test that fucking shit before they release it. But if you're running arts or anything like that, you are a beta tester. Fedora also test their packages before they run out. I just think that SUSE, OpenSUSE is one of the programs that. Yeah, take care, man, take care. That test the most. Hardware tuning. Nice. Swedish translation. There's a lot of translation packages in here. Yeah, I just like the output. Yeah. Norwegian translation. Polish. Is there any Danish? Yeah, there's Danish also. Good old SUSE. Oink. Clean cache. I should be doing that soon, to be honest. Oh yeah, you can log packages also. That's really fun. Oh, Debian have already they have already themed up Debian testing for Debian 12. I can show it to you guys. So if you want a sneak peek of what the Debian 12 is going to look like, just give me a second here. Yeah, go get some coffee, man. That's more important. So this is how the boot screen of Debian 12 is going to look like. I actually really dig it. I'm running Debian testing, by the way, or bookworm testing. That's why I got this. And I think this is the new wallpaper when I get into it here. What I like about Debian is just how fucking... It's just quality. Like, you feel the quality in the distribution. I think this is the new wallpaper. No, I have not thought about that. I don't care about operating systems on my tablets and phones. Oh, it does? I can't remember that one, man. I actually really like this one here. Also, XFCE, like, XFCE got an update. Oh, that's not what I want to do. Where's the terminal? There you are. Yeah, they have it in here. It's 4.16. I kind of want to try it out. I think I will just install it here. Let's what is the I think they have a meta package for it. Meta package for the XFCE like, yeah, so it's just XFCE 4 then. Let's just do light DM. I haven't run XFCE in... Holy shit. Close to a year now, almost. I got a little bit fed up with it, to be honest. Oh, I don't want to restart, but anyway, I just want to log out. And... there you go, buddy. Ooh, I kind of like this. Is the King Pop OS is the Green and Arch, you know? Nah, I do like Pop OS. Mainly, I don't care that much for it. It's just an Ubuntu. It's Ubuntu with another skin on it. I like and don't like the Debian logo. I'm a little bit like, yeah, you know. I do see the coolness of it, but yeah. So Debian, like pure Debian, I love. I actually really love Debian. But then I'm like, oh, I want to try this out, or it's just too slow for me. And like when I say slow upgrade dating, but then I really like Debian testing. And then there are some things like that's a little bit inconvenient by running Debian. You have to do, but again, a lot of those inconveniences, if you make a program that handle it, it's not that big of a problem, to be honest. Maybe I should just stick with Debian, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, I need to install the goodies, or what it's called. This is one of the things why I stopped using it. It's the inconsistency in the theming. So this here is using the new method of doing TTK applications. This is using the old method of doing TTK applications. So that means that when you're theming it, you get inconsistency in the theming. And that kind of bugs me a little bit. Yeah, this is X11. I don't use Wayland. I don't believe Wayland is nearly mature enough. Cinnamon? Yeah, their website is really confusing to navigate. But if I'm going to make that distribution, one of the goals is also to make documentation. Because even the Arch wiki, in my opinion, is not good enough. Oh yeah, open source guy, you're right. It's just a Debian ARM. That's also what I love about Debian, is that it supports fucking everything, man. You can run Debian on anything. Any fucking thing. And Debian is probably, like, Debian stable is probably the most secure Linux you get out of the box. Yeah, it's weird, man. Do we have Synaptic? Oh, we can't even fucking search in this one here. We have Apple. Why do we have Apple? Yeah, and again, that's one of the other things that I don't like about the Linux community, is that we are too quick on jumping on new technology. So we go all in on a new technology. And then right when it's almost mature and good enough, we jump over to something else. Look at just how we do audio under Linux. Then it was ALSA. And then when ALSA was almost fucking amazing, let's do Pulse Audio. Then when Pulse Audio was almost amazing, let's now do Pipewire. It's like, just fucking stick with one and make it fucking work. Come on, dude. Yeah, it does, but I wanted to use Calamaris if I'm going with Debian as my system. Oh, did I forget to install the Packer RC? Oh. Yeah, the password prompt, I didn't install that one. The best install from my point of view is on Red Hat. You need to be registered to use it, but oh, I never seen it. Okay, we're using non-frequent strip and main. Awesome. Search XFCE. You could try, Warren, try. Oh, no, I didn't want to do that. Network manager, no. Parole, risotto. No, I don't want XFCE burn. Oh, well, I need that, so fuck you then. Whisker menu. Yeah, XFCE goodies. Yeah, I'm just looking to see what they have with XFCE. A lot of people say that Cinnamon is ugly, though. To be installed. Like, I'm really bloating my Debian system here. Now I have full-blown KDE installed, and a full-blown XFCE, and maybe also Cinnamon. Yeah, no, well, distro hopping. I don't know if you can call it that. I haven't updated Arts in a little while. We could look into that later on, maybe. See if that breaks everything. Similar like XFCE, the default install is ugly, but theming makes you love it. I do like. I probably think that XFCE, not XFCE. Cinnamon is most likely my most favorite GTK desktop environment. Right now, I prefer KDE over all of them, but if I should want anything GTK related, it would probably be Cinnamon. I'm starting to warm up to GNOME a little bit, but GNOME is GNOME is great if you don't mess with it too much. If you just leave it be as much as possible, it's not that bad. But yeah, I don't know. Why the fuck are you installing Jack? Yeah, GNOME is a weird fucking, like, I don't know. Cinnamon Mint, yeah. But let's be honest here, XFCE and Cinnamon, they're kind of the same. Like, you do get a little bit more modern things with Cinnamon, a little bit. But they are kind of the same. I still think that Cinnamon looks as outdated as XFCE does. But to me, XFCE can easily be made into not looking outdated. Oh, crap. This looks awful. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's based on... Yeah, kinda. It's a little bit complicated, but yes and no. Kinda and kinda not. It's a little bit up and down. Oh. Yeah, take care, open source. I don't have any GTK4 themes. Well, fuck you then. Oh. Something is definitely wrong here. It's acting up like a motherfucker. Yeah, I used to love that also. It's not bad. Like, they are going really mental with their fucking techno music today in my playlist. Yeah, Numix is also great, yeah. Are you updating while I'm installing? Why are you installing Python? It should already be in there. Python 11. Oh, did we just get... Oh! Did we just get Python 11 in here? Really? It's installing a lot of Python shit. Yeah, I think I may have... Yeah, I think I installed if I installed the educational meta package. That's why it's so iffy. Yeah, I'm getting way too much shit I should not need. Yeah. Yeah, Compass. Yeah, fuck yeah, man. Yeah, I remember that. Well, now I'm uploading my system like a motherfucker. Let's see if we got that do Python then. I still... Why is it saying 11 then? Oh, botchy. Yeah, that's mostly done in Python if I'm not mistaken. Or did I just misread something? Yeah, all the viruses. There's a lot of Python shit in here. 4,000 packages plus just with Python related. Yeah, we do have Python 11. Nah, Linux is not that great. Strange. Why is it not default? Oh, Python 3.11. Let's try this one then. Ah, I think it's because virtual environment. There you go. Below average. Linux is shit. Why would anyone touch it? Just run away. Just run. Fucking hell. There's a repo error then. Come on. The repo timed out, apparently. dev.debian.org. Are they doing a repo update now? Is that what it is, people? Yeah, they probably are doing a repo thingy. Don't beep at me. Yep. They are doing something with the repos. Yeah, it is Linux, but Linux is not the best. If it was the best, everyone would be using it. You can't even dissolve Chrome. Huh? Are they having repo problems? No, this happens. So if they are doing syncs to the repos, or they are working on some packages, thingy Maduskis in the repos and stuff like that, you get this error here. So I think it's because they it's February next year, they're going to do a hard freeze to then work on Debian 12, and this is for all intents and purposes the development release of Debian 12. So they may do, you know, some they may be syncing up the repos. So make sure that you don't fuck shit up by downloading incompatible packages and stuff like that. That may be it. Arch Linux is like people driving around with cars with a big stereo, LED lights, big alloy wheels, but they only have like a 30 horsepower engine. That's Arch Linux users. They love everything flashy about the car, but the car. AKA, they know nothing about cars other than putting big wheels on it, LED lights on it, and stuff like that. Most Arch users have no idea how to do Linux. They know how to do Arch. They know how to copy paste a command in when it fucks up on to do a manual intervention, but they don't know Linux. 99% of the people I talk to that run Arch, they have no concept about Linux. They can set the date in the terminal or the host name. Well, Fedora, I like Fedora. Yeah, we may need to come back to this. They are syncing the repos. Yeah, let's quit this shit. So let's see if we can come back to this. So let's log out. Damn, all that beeping. Stop that beeping. Well, another distro. We could update. I don't want to update Arch. It's fucking boring to look at. I haven't updated Kubuntu in a while. Good old Kubuntu. I do love me some Kubuntu. I don't think I've done anything with this system other than just installing it. Where the fuck is it? Huh? Oh, I'm that fucking stupid. Hey, switch to Linux, how are you, man? Haven't used Linux in a while because for some reasons it corrupted my files. I think you can repair that. You're doing good, that's amazing. I hope you had a good Christmas and holidays with the family and everything and got some good food in your belly. Oh, there's updates available. 5 updates. What do we have here? We have TC, X server. It's all about... Oh, X Wayland. Yay. Just use duct tape. Gaffer tape, duct tape, scotch tape. In a desk? Oh, that sounds amazing. That's cool. I kind of like that. That's different. I love different things. Let's see what Python we have here. Version. Oh, I need to put Python 3 in there. Tarantulas out there. Yeah, that's cool. I always wondered how it would be to celebrate Christmas like in a hot climate. Like I live in the north, so we have like, you know, it's freezingly cold here. But I don't like the cold that much. You make it big when Switch to Linux is yeah. I misspelled Linux. Linux. I repaired it multiple times using CHK disk in Windows. When I repair corrupting and when I use Linux again. So I have a really old video where I went in and repaired an NTFS system with Linux that works way better than with Windows. Oh, I can't remember what it's called, and I can't remember what the tool is called. I really hate all of these setups to run a browser. Why can't I just run a browser nowadays without having to set it up for everything? Yeah, skip. Oh my god. Okay, let's go in here and then... So I'm scared to put back into... don't be, man, don't be. What did you do? What did you do? Just close the new... Yeah. I could probably have been doing that. You're right. You're right. So here, this one here, how Linux corrupted and saved my NTFS system. Try doing what I'm doing in that video, James. So go on to my channel and search NTFS. Yeah, I think that's the exact same problem I had. Try and look into that. To be honest, I don't know how to use Arch. Nobody knows how to use Arch. They just do it. But yeah, try and do what I did here, because I used a tool. I can't remember what it's called. Actually, I think it was ArchLin. What am I under there? No, that's SUSE. Yeah, I'm under SUSE Linux. Do Snap really have an update? Oh man. Why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me? Pending update of Firefox Snap. It's updated. Why? Linux, come on, dude. I can confirm that I have no idea what I'm doing. Is it one of those things again where Snap packages are just being fucking crazy? Pending update of Firefox Snaps. Close the app to avoid this corruption. You know what, my friend? Yeah, let's do the refresh again, okay? Now it's updating Snap. Oh. Holy balls. What's going on here? Yeah, Snap stay. I love Snap pack. Well, I love Flatpak as an app images also. I do like Snap packages. I don't dislike them. But sometimes they are really... They're doing crazy stuff they should not be doing. Yeah, they make me snap. Yeah, no, so, to go on a little rant here, I do feel that Snap packages have a really good place in society. When I'm meaning society, I mean the Linux world. And that society is servers, not desktop users. The same with flat packages. They are server technologies, not desktop user technologies. They should be used on a server. That's it. Give us deb packages or RPM packages or something like that. That's, you know, maybe I'm just getting old and I don't know. You do know something about Arch Linux. Now I'm angry at Ubuntu, so I don't want to use this anymore. I do like Ubuntu, to be honest. Let's see if Fedora... I've booted into almost all of my virtual machines today. Let's see if Fedora have an update. Ubuntu. I loved Ubuntu when they were a desktop-oriented distribution. When they were trying to become Apple, basically. How they are nowadays, Ubuntu. Nowadays, like, I understand what they're doing. I understand their position. I understand that they're doing a massive amount of work for the Linux world. But they are meant for, you know, servers and workstations and stuff like, just like Fedora kinda is. So oh yeah, we need to update all my SZSH. Of course I want to do that. Look how fancy it is. So let's do the update minimum. So sudo dnf up min. So now we're only getting security and bug fixes and not new features. So this should give us a minimum update. I do like my Fedora. I actually really like Fedora. A lot. You know one thing about Arch, yeah. So we have 103 packages here. This is only security updates. Let's see what... how many we have if we do a normal update. Oh, 103, so that's the same. Apparently all of these are security and bug fixes. So we get a new dolphin, Bulu, or Baloo, 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 Baloo. So with Fedora, the more I use it, the more I like it. But I really want to like OpenSUSE more, but I do gravitate a little bit more towards Fedora, to be honest. Okay, Good old Fedora. And it is a solid distribution, to be honest, Fedora. You can't go wrong with that. And Delta RPMs. They also have quite a good wiki, to be honest. Like, the Fedora wiki is quite good. It's better than Ubuntu's wiki. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let's go out and say oh my god again. How's your car repairs going, by the way, Lamer? Are they trying to nickel and dime you for every fucking cent you have? Kate, Dolphin. I love watching these things. Like, if I'm tired, and I'm going to sound really nerdy right now. If I'm tired, I sometimes can be like, let's compile a program and then just sit and watch the compiler go and just relax watching the code go over my screen. To me, that's relaxing. I don't know what's wrong with my brain, but that's apparently how it works. That's how it works. Yeah, it's always been like, I love it. I love it. Let's reboot this sucker here. Let's go in here and reboot. Mr. Ubuntu 1. You feel the same. But you're German, so that kind of makes sense. Oh, we haven't booted into my Pop OS install. Really interesting to see what they're doing with the Cosmic Desktop. Oh yeah, defrag. Yeah, for Windows back in the day. Yeah, man. I used to do that every Sunday when I had a hangover from being out partying. So I would be doing a disk clean. Like, first I did a virus scan, a register cleaner, a disk cleaner, and a defrag. And I was just sitting there watching that going on while I was drinking a lot of water to get all my hangovers out of my body. It was interesting. Yeah, it was kind of like watching a little game with those boxes there to see where they move them around and stuff like that. Them were the days. So here we are using Python 3.11. I do like my Fedora. Yeah, yeah. It's a little bit sad, but good that we don't use it anymore. Saying Arch is good was no. You meant it. You meant it. We know it. We know it. Oh, this one down here. Yeah. Ah. That's really blurry though. These suckers here. Oh my god. Yeah. It's like a little mini game. I do to some extent miss it, and so, like I said, why is it not using the black theme or the dark theme, not the black theme? What the fuck am I talking about? Dark theme. There you go. This is the new one, the newer one. Yeah, this one here is the newer one with the bars. Oh, that's Windows XP. Yeah. Hey Benjamin, how are you, man? XP was a thing. Oh, I don't want to get copyrighted. It's equal Discord. Yeah. You're doing great, that's awesome, man. Oh, Windows 95, yeah. Feel a little bit nostalgic here. But yeah, with all the garbage collection and stuff like that we have on modern SSDs, it's like not necessary anymore. But yeah, booting up that old Windows 95 PC at work was amazing. It was like he wanted to set it up to one of his workers, and it's just like, you can't use this. This is Windows 95. Just joined. What are we talking? We briefly, well, not briefly, but we looked at the Haiku OS, the new update beta 4, in the beginning of the stream, and then we just talked about weird things. And now we are looking at defragmentation under Windows. We are talking about that Arch Linux is the worst Linux distribution to ever exist. To ever have existed. And Slackware is the way to go. I miss Slackware to some extent. I used to love running that. It was so interesting that you have to be the package manager. Compile everything and... Oh, we need that library. Let's find that on the interwebs and compile that. Esnik will challenging me. Esnik is I love shitting on Esnik. He's a little snowflake, okay? He likes being special. Become the package. Yeah, he liked to be unique, a snowflake. He don't care about Linux. He care about Linux not being massively popular. He's one of those phonies. He just wants to sit there with his whiskey and be like, I'm special for using Linux. kind of want to boot into Debian in a second to see if they fix the repo thingy. What is it with all this crazy hentai or what it's called thing here? And it's probably like 60-year-old guys watching it. It's really creepy, to be honest. Oh, happy birthday. Nice. Oh, is this a common desktop environment? Oh, I remember this one. And the FWM, I think it was called from back in the day. Weeps. Oh, there you go. Yeah, Weeps. Weeps, yeah. Yeah, Linux Mint is not bad. Linux Mint is not bad. Oh my god, we found ourselves on Reddit. Oh my god. Oh no, it's FWM. That's right. Yeah. Any of you guys remember Fluxbox? The more easier version of or not easier, but the quote unquote upgraded version of OpenBox. I used to love Fluxbox. So when most of you guys and girls was in diapers and I was like a toxic Linux fanboy, I would be running, like this was before tiling Windows Manager was really a thing. Then it was OpenBox and Fluxbox. That was what us hardcore nerds were using, that were being really toxic and yelling and screaming and looking down on anyone that didn't use Linux and running around in department stores and yelling at the salesperson for selling Apple computers and Windows computers. Us back in the day, we ran Fluxbox or OpenBox. That's what we did. We were those people. It was ugly out of the bat, but you can actually make it look kind of sexy, to be honest. Like you can install some, like the tint panels, likes and stuff like that, and get it into looking. Oh, this is old tech bloke. I wonder what's up with him. I haven't heard from him in a while. It actually, if I can actually speak, that would be really, really useful. Ooh, look at this. I had a script to automating wallpaper changes. Oh, I should use Gensu. Yeah, he was talking about he wanted to slim down a little bit or slow down and focusing more on real work or real life, sorry, not real work, life and what have you not. Oh, XMMS, oh my god. Oh, he has a new bike, nice. Linux is a headache, man. I'm sorry, it like, being a content creator with Linux, it takes all the joy out of Linux, it really does. Well, not all of it, but it definitely makes it a chore sometimes, or it's hard to explain, but it's... You're dealing more with crazy people than you're dealing with Linux. Which is something that I didn't expect, to be honest. I just had someone fucking going at me on Twitter because he got banned on my Discord for being a obnoxious person. You know, he came onto my Discord and the first thing he did was basically being toxic towards people. So my mod banned him for being disagreeable or something like that, I think she said. And he was at me on Twitter for it. And I didn't know he was banned. I was just like, well, what are you talking about? And I looked at my log and she was like, well, he was being toxic. Like, well, then don't be toxic. I had someone one time, I banned on my comment section Then he went into my Discord to argue with me and other people. And then I think it was either Instagram. I think it was Instagram he went on to also, because we banned him on Discord. And he argued with me on Discord. I think it was Instagram he stopped that. Like, it's like, why? Why? I know I'm a crazy person, but damn, man. Just, you know, just leave it be. Just, I get you don't like me, but you don't have to stalk me to tell me you don't like me. Like, it's okay. It's okay. I kind of like this, though. It's kind of sexy. What is this? It's also Fluxbox, yeah. Oh, them the old days, yeah. Oh, antics. Oh, this is JVM. Those were fun times from Lee. Yeah. Come reasonable Linux people just want to share their passion with us, yeah. Oh, yeah. I do like poking them sometimes. I do poke them too much sometimes. You know, you should just leave it be, but it's really hard for me sometimes to just... Sometimes I just love messing with them. I want to share my passion, but it is debatable whether I am calm or reasonable. I don't see you as being non-calm or non-reasonable. Like, no, I don't see that. Like, yeah, we can, of course, we all disagree and stuff like that, but I don't see you as being one of the... let me put it this way, there are other YouTubers that are way more fucking irritating to listening to when they get this debatable and they become unreasonable. Like, eBoss Central is a really good example of it. That dude is, like, lost. I don't know what something is broken somewhere. And I don't know what to say or think about it. But I've never watched one of your videos and be like, like now you're talking out of your behind or something like that, you know, like now it's just, you know, running loose. Like, I get when people get, you know, when you get into a groove and you just rant and ventilate, I get that. Like, we all do that sometimes, and we all do it, you know, outside of what we're doing here, but I've never been like, you know, watching a video of yours and be like, oh my god, you're just too unreasonable to deal with, or... Like, of course you like to debate people, that's how we learn and we expand our knowledge. I do like to debate people also. But yeah. Oh yeah, DistroTube, yeah, he's one of them also. There I sit thinking we were talking about Holy C and Sample OS. No. I had to use Windows 11 computer for client yesterday. I'm just curious how people use that crap. So, I, for the last month, have been setting up a lot of computers with Windows on it, both Windows 10 and 11. And beside the upgrading stuff, you know, upgrading Windows, it's actually been quite nice. Especially if you're using Azure and Active Directory and stuff like that. It's really nice. It's integrated, it just works. It's, I had some iffy things going on where a computer was not on the Active Directory, registered on the Active Directory, and I set up both registered and non-registered Windows machines, and they just work. And I'm sitting there, had I done a lot of the times, and this is probably like crazy to say, but a lot of the times when I was sitting there in front of that Windows computer, I'm like, if I had to do this on Linux, it would have taken twice the time. Sadly enough. But yeah, just like setting them up from scratch with a new user and setting them up for a production environment with Active Directory, it's actually really neat. It just works. Not really installed KeyPass XC for them, and I could not find it in the menus. Yeah, the start menu is a little bit weird. I can definitely give you that. So what I do, so the company that I do that for, they need 1 or 2 or 3 programs for the things that I set up the computers for. I just gave them desktop shortcuts. I was just like, hey, they are on the desktop. You just click those big buttons there, or those big icons there, instead of having to pin it on the start menu or in the taskbar. It's just like, just go on to the, because everyone knows how a desktop icon works. They all can figure that one out. So if it's something I know that they need to do and I don't want to auto start it, I just give it a big desktop icon. It was there, but I had to search for. Oh, yeah, the link. Okay, yeah, the link was. Yeah. Do not know how to use the text. So yeah, okay, yeah. So the people I work with, they are not. They're not tech people, but they understand what computers are and they can use computers. Like, it's not like it's my mom or my grandmother I'm talking to, if that makes sense. So they do know, how to get something out of their Windows machines. So that maybe is helping me a little bit. But yeah, I don't like their new start menu, and I don't like it, to be honest. What I do on my on my Windows 11 is I pin everything I need to use the most to either the start menu or to the taskbar, and then if there's something else, I just go in like we'll do under Linux and do like Firefox and I search for it. That's how I use the start menu on the Windows now. If it's not pinned or a desktop shortcut, I just search for it, because going and navigating the submenus and no. Like, yeah, the Windows sub-menu system in the menu bars has been awful since Windows 10 or 7 or something. Like, it's just been a mess. I stopped using it under Windows 8. Ever since Windows 8, I just did the whole search thing. There you go. I just did the whole search thing here. And I do it under Linux also. I just do search things now. I rarely use the menus and sub-menus and stuff like that. But I can see it from people that don't think like you and me. They will probably have to go in here. They don't know they can search, so they have to go in and do all of that. But yeah, the Windows 11 menu system is really bugged out, man. Even the search didn't find it. Really? That's weird. Whoa, that's really crazy. Yeah, I never experienced that, to be honest. That's the only time I have noticed that on the Windows was if the installation program effed it massively up. Like, it installed at some crazy place that it should not have been, or only install. There was a bug in the install and it only installed half of it or something like that. But I've always been able to find it under both Windows 10 and 11 by searching for it. That's maybe it's a security thing with KeyPass or something like that. I don't know. I can't imagine it would be, though. Yeah, that's really strange. To tablets is why they have the start menu. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Yeah, but ever since Windows 8, I always pinned the things I use the most, or then I just search for it. Because I'm done with that whole menu structure on the Windows. It's kind of... yeah, it's hard to explain. Like this here, I can kind of deal with this here. But with Windows, you have menu, submenu, and submenu. Or sometimes it's all the way... It just looks weird. Then you have the pinned, and then you have to click all applications, and... Yeah, no. I prefer something like this, you know. But yeah, it's But when it all plays well together, like you're using Windows in a Windows environment and stuff like that, it's hard to explain, but it just works. It just works. The only thing I don't like with Windows 11 is that if your Active Directory manager wants to use this whole crazy Windows Hello thing with face recognition or pin code, it's so irritating because here's the thing. So this has happened to me. I had to work on a computer, and I of course I need, in this case it was a lady, to log into the computer. I need to use her account. So I was like, what is your password? Oh, I don't have a password. What do you do? I use my face. So now I have to go and collect this sweet lady and drag her into her office and jam her face into the webcam and say, smile, so it locks unlock, and then she can go back to her job. And then I can do my stuff. And then I can take a break, and I have to go get her again, throw her face into the webcam, and let her go again, instead of just giving me a damn keyword. That I don't like. I had 2 people where I had to fetch them so I could smash their face into the webcam. I'd rather have they had a pin instead of just the face cam thing. Because then I can just go down to them, if they are in the production line or packaging, deliveries or something like that. I said, hey, can I get your password? So I can fix your computer or do something with your computer. Instead of they have to physically stop their work and then tiptoe down to their computer and then smash their face into the computer. That's irritating. That's really irritating. And I tell them to not do it, but they do it anyway because they think it's more secure. Sometimes they have both the face recognition one and then, a pin code. So I just get that pin code. But still, it's really irritating. I started requiring clients to allow me to use YubiKey for their accounts. So I get their get their work done without bothering them. Yeah, exactly. That's why with Windows we just use. If they have an Active Directory account, I can just get it from the Active Directory. The password, but they all have their own individual passwords or face whatever the fuck it is. And when I'm working with computers where I can just get a password, it's so much better, man. I don't have to bother them, they don't have to bother me. Because, again, if she logs up her computer and I have to go for a wee or something like that, when I come back, I have to go down and stop her work again and say, hey, you are a beautiful girl, your computer needs you. Like, can you put your beautiful face into the computer again? Like, it's really, really irritating. A little bit creepy. Go up and ask someone, hey, I need your face. I need your face so I can use your computer. It's a little bit fucking creepy. It's like, are you stalking me or something? Like, what's going on here? It's a little bit creepy. But they think, a lot of people, they think that this whole face cam thing is the most secure thing ever. But that's done from the management. They want it. They want it, so I can't really do not work on many services. I need to manage Google, Facebook, MailChimp, etc. Many of those. Yeah, 2-factor authentication. Yeah. Can I borrow your face? Actually, I asked her that if I can borrow her face really quickly. Yeah, so luckily enough, like it's only the customer support people that are using their face cam forward. Everyone else is just using so we have accounts for different types of machines, registration computers and stuff like that, and they all just use 1 or 2 different accounts depending on what department they are in. And that department it's basically a guest account, but it's a guest account with a password. That's kind of how you should think about it, because they don't use anything personal on them, on those computers. It's just to do a thing. So, the registration department have their one account that all of them use to do registration, and then, you know, of course with passwords on them and stuff like that. And then other departments, they have their own login, universal login. Again, look a little bit like it as a guest account with a password. They don't sit and do email and Teams and stuff like some do, but it's up to them if they want to do it. It's not recommended, but they do it anyway. And then I think the IT department, they have their own. Yeah, they have their own thing going on. So I think they also use PIN and stuff like that. But they are really friendly. I can just ask them to unlock it for me, and they do so. But yeah, it can easily be a mess. It can easily be a mess. But it's interesting to do all that infrastructure thing with Dusky. We did have one. I took one computer from one place and had to use it in another place, and they hadn't transferred administrative account over. And the guy that was administrator there had enabled two-factor authentication, but he was not longer there, and nobody knew where that two-factor authentication thing was going to. So we had to use like the the administrative master, Active Directory, bossy guys log in, or what you will call it, to circumvent it and call people, and that was a mess. But it kind of makes sense. It makes the system more secure, because then nobody, you know, security has to be a hassle. The more easy it is, the less secure it is. But yeah, we spent like a couple of hours getting that computer unlocked. Like, it was unlocked, but I couldn't do administrative tasks on it until we figured out how to circumvent that two-factor authentication by finding the person that had the two-factor authentication, which was really, really crazy. But the systems I work with, 99% of the computers are using Active Directory, so we don't need that two-factor authentication thing with Dusky. That's all done via the Active Directory. So if you're not part of the Active Directory, you just can't log in. And if the computer also needs to be registered on the Active Directory domain, so the computer itself is registered to it, and you need to be in the, you know, in the same network as the Active Directory, in the same place, you know, in the company, so you can't activate it at home if you nick it or something like that. Well, you could probably reinstall it, of course, you know, write the drive. But I need to convince them to do a little bit more security stuff, because some of the stuff is like, it's secure, but it's not. Like, I get sometimes I'm like, yeah, yeah, that's. Let's just say that it's good that nobody knows who you are, where you live, you know, and what you do. Because this is like, this is maybe not the best practices. So I kind of want to step up the security a little bit, if I can get them to it later on down the line. Maybe have each individual user have their own Active Directory account, but it costs money to do an Active Directory account, and oh. Yeah, it's funny. But it's interesting. Windows is interesting to work with, to be honest. It's not bad to work with. It's just different. It's Azure AD, yeah. So I still need to I need to be more familiar with Azure AD, because I don't know much about it. And the thing with Azure AD is that I think you need to pay to fucking use it. No, you can't get a free account, but you need to have your put a padlock on every computer, yeah, maybe. But you need to give them your credit card. And I don't know if I want to do that. I don't know if I want Microsoft to... Well, Google have my credit card, but yeah, maybe I should set it up. Yeah, take care, and thanks for stopping by, and have an amazing rest of your holidays, and a safe New Year's, and all of that. And keep doing what you're doing, man. Keep doing what you're doing. But yeah, I'm thinking about signing up for this here, the free account. And mess with it a little bit. Because the people that I work with, they use Active Directory, so it makes sense that I know Active Directory. More than just from passing. But yeah, like I said before, it's not bad. Of course, there are things about working with Windows that is a little bit like, ugh. I know this is way better under Linux, but on the other hand, there's also things where I'm like, whoa, I know for a fact, because I've done it before, this would take me way longer or way more complicated or unintuitive to do that under Linux. You know, you have to go through a back way and edit this file and do this file and blah, 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 to just do this simple thing. Or they don't talk that well together and stuff like that. Oh, they changed it. Microsoft Entra. Multi-cloud identities and access products to help you secure... So what do we give? Azure Free Edition. The Free Edition of Azure is included with a subscription of a commercial online service such as Azure Dynamic Authentication, single on-demand multi-application access, authorization and credential access, administrator and hyper identity, end of user service, identity governance. Premium P1. Oh, partially included. Okay. Because if I use Active Directory to log into my computer at home, I don't need to pay. I don't need to get a license. Do I? Oh yeah, I do have to activate my Windows machines, but I don't need to update my accounts. Because I can just use the same account on all computers. I kind of do that already with my Microsoft account, my Outlook account, so it's basically the same. But I do get more features then, I guess. How secure is Linux really? It's as secure as the person setting it up. It's the same with Windows or Mac OS or FreeBSD or any operating system. It's as secure as the people using it or setting it up. That's how it is. There's no more deeper explanation than that. It's that simple. You can run Linux massively more unsecure than a fresh install of Windows. And you can run Windows way more securely than 90% of anyone running Linux right now. It's all about how you run it and how it's set up. And that's why this whole, Windows is more secure or stable and Linux is more... nobody knows what operating system is more secure or more stable. There are no data out there that says that one system is more secure or stable than the other. The only data we have is that Microsoft products are getting attacked way more often than Linux products. That's the only data we have. But that don't make them more unsecure, it just makes them a bigger target. What would happen to Linux if we attack Linux to the same degree and with the same velocity? We don't know because it's never been happened before. What happens if you have the same uneducated amount of users using Linux as we have on the Windows? One thing Windows does that Linux don't do is that Windows protect itself against the user. Like we have core isolation on the Windows, and we have, are you sure you want to do this? Are you sure you want to do this? And all, like it's doing a lot of things that help you to not fuck up. Manjaro's front page secure by default. Yeah. Prove it. Prove it to me. It's nothing more than marketing. It's nothing more than marketing. So when you install Windows, you get... Well, let's see what you get. I need to boot up Windows, and it may crash on this fucking virtual machine here, so if it does, I'm sorry. Windows 11 is massively unstable on any virtual machine software I've been running it on. So let's see how long we can run it. Yeah, Manjaro is good at marketing. You kind of need to be good at marketing. But let's boot up Windows and see how long we can run it before it craps its pants. But you get a lot of things. So here's the thing. Firewalls are up by default on the Windows. You have virus scanners by default on Windows. You have malware scanners on default on Windows. You have encryption technologies by default on Windows. You have core isolation you can enable on Windows by default. That, in my opinion, would be more secure than installing an operating system that don't have any of those things by default. Like, I hope this makes sense. So if we go into... this is Windows Professional, by the way. But it's almost identical with what you get with the Home Edition. Oh yeah, it keeps crashing when I'm doing this update here. So let's... mass security. Open Windows Security. This is what you get by default. Virus and threat protection. Account protection. Firewall and network protection. Device performance and health to see if you have bad, things and stuff like that. Device security. Core isolation, security processor, TPM and stuff like that by default. App and browser control. You can do reputation-based protection settings. So if there's been a lot of, let's say, reports that this website is bad, it may protect you again. Isolated browsing. Exploit protection. Then you have some family options down here. Hide, protect your kids online. Help protect your kids online. Linux don't have any of this shit. Set good screen time habits. Still, Linux don't have this. Keep track of your child's digital life. Linux don't have. Let your child buy appropriate apps. Linux don't have this. And then you can go in here and see what's, This settings to block potential unwanted apps is turned off. So you can set it into be like... I only want trusted, validated apps on my system. Linux don't have that. This is what you get with Windows by default. what do we get with Windows by default or Linux by default? If we are really lucky, OpenSUSE kinda installs a firewall for you and set it up for you. The same with Ubuntu, if I'm not mistaken. But that's it. Well, I would say now that with all of this, by default, Windows is more secure. And I know. Then the knuckleheads and the smart people, they will say, well, that's because Linux, this is because Windows really needs it. That's why they have all of this. Well, who say that Linux don't need it? Oh, well, Linux don't get as many viruses and stuff. No, but Linux is not getting attacked as often as the Windows desktop. So you can't compare them. It's like saying you don't need airbags because you don't drive into a wall that often. So therefore, I don't need... My car without airbags is more secure than your car with airbags because I am not driving into walls, but you are driving into walls. That's basically the argument here. It is false advertisement, yes. Because there are no concrete evidence, there are no concrete factual evidence that say that any Linux distribution is more secure than any other Linux distribution or any other OS out there. Actually, there are no concrete evidence or factual evidence that say that any operating system is more secure than any other operating system. Your Apple ID? What? What the... What? What? Okay, KM. Did I use my Apple ID with K? Yeah, but those. So here's what you have to think about is that the security test that he runs is that he's comparing. So how can I simplify this the most? It's a program that say, okay, for Linux to be somewhat secure, we need to have these best practices in it. So a firewall, security updates enabled and stuff like, generalized things. So what that program is just saying, okay, which one of these distributions have most of the best practices enabled? If you get what I'm coming at here. Even with the highest score of the Linus score, don't tell you if you're more secure than Windows or Mac OS or FreeBSD. It just tells you that you've done most of the common practices, and in theory you should be more secure. It's just a guideline. It's just to tell you that this distribution by default is doing more security-related stuff than this distribution. And then you can go in and harden it even more and get a higher score. So comparing Debian with Debian stable, well, Debian testing versus stable, you get a higher security score on Debian stable. Of course you do, because Debian stable is all about being more secure and more stable. But that don't mean that number difference mean that, oh my god, if you're using Debian testing, you are open for attacks all the time and nothing is protected and everything can come at you and stuff like that. We don't know what the difference between those numbers actually mean. Like, okay, does this mean that I have like a 90% higher chance of being attacked or abused on the internet? Or does it just mean that I have a 0.1% more chance of it? We don't know. It's fun and it's interesting to look at and give you an idea about that if you want to be the most secure you can be, how much work you need to put into set distribution to become the most secure you can be. But you have to remember one thing, and this is one thing I haven't talked about with the disk encryption people. I need to make a video about this. Because the full disk encryption people, they hate me. They hate me. Because they say I don't use disk encryption. Well, the thing with disk encryption, it only protects you when you are not using your computer. When you put in your password, and you're up and running like we are right now, well, if they attack you while we are online right now, they have full access to your computer. The only disk encryption does is it prevent people from starting up your computer. Oh, for booting up your computer. That's all it does. That's all it does. The second you opened something that's encrypted, it's open. It's in memory. You know, it's accessible as long as it's open. So I do like the test he does, and I think they're interesting, but we don't know what that different in numbers really mean, other than it's a number. Yes, if you get a 0 and someone gets a 90 or what it is, I can't remember the number scheme right now. Yeah, you were probably having a bad system, okay? But if you're getting a 99 and a 98 or 92 and a 98, we don't know what that really means. You know, again, does that mean that you will get 10 times the attack attempt, or you are 10 times or 8 times or 9 times more easy to infect or attack or exploit? We don't know what that means. We don't. And that's why I don't really put much effort into them. Yeah, it's as secure as you treat it. Yeah, the best antivirus is common sense. Yeah, most distros fails as well. Yeah, but do they really fail, or is it just that they don't do best practices by default? I think someone has tried to hack my Apple account. I don't have a Windows SE on iPhone SE. Someone has tried to... Okay, so someone has tried to use my emails as an Apple account to an iCloud on an iPhone SE. I don't even know if I have this. Like, I have no... I have no idea. I don't care if you guys know my things with this account, because if I even made this account, it's just a throwaway account. I don't think I have any fucking nude pictures or anything like that. The Apple ID and password was incorrect. Oh. So it's done this Sunday. Ah. This is a throwaway account I have, by the way, so send me all your nude. What the fuck is this? So it's a 9X E6G? Do I need to do them all with capital letters? I probably do. Oh, crap. Ugh. At Gmail? Huh? What the fuck is going on here? So someone probably got a fucking iPhone in Christmas gift. How did they get my email? Nobody knows about that email. I don't know. I'm almost sure I don't have a Gmail that's called that. Huh. I'm just doing some shit. No, it's not hacked. What the fuck was that? Oh, it's a Windows update. I can't even fucking remember my password for it. I don't even... it makes no sense. Restart now. Restart to night pick. So here again, every time there's a Windows update, it automatically restart. Well, I can restart now if I want to. I can restart tonight, or I can pick a time. Which it didn't show up here apparently, but yeah, I can go in here and I can schedule a restart. There you go. And then you can schedule a restart, but Yeah, I have no idea. Like, I have no idea what my password here should be. Oh. It helps if I actually spell it right. Oh. Can we figure this one out on live here? Nope. 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 This is just try different passwords. Nope. 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 No, it's not that simple. It's not that simple. Oh! Fucking hell, I got it! What the fuck? Did I get it right, or did I just put it in too many times wrong? I can't fucking read that shit. On Android since it's been too used to iOS pen system. Okay, let's see if we can do this. Logged out, yeah, I think. Yeah, I honestly, I don't think I have ever used that. So that email address up here, KM Gaming, I think I use it for a bot on Twitch. You see, it's not even a valid ID. It's not even a valid ID. No. It's actually good because what I think happened is that someone has used my email address, my bot. It's not even a Google account. I don't have it as a Google account. I just tried. I just looked it up. I just looked up if because I have a document with all my Gmail accounts, and it's not in there. Yeah, the Apple ID is not supported. Oh, they have probably seen it somewhere in a video or something like that. Are they not the same? Is it 2.7? I think it is. Yeah, no Apple ID found. Yeah, so they probably have seen, like, if you want my email address, it's actually really fucking simple. Like, if you want, let me be really, like, a lot of people don't fucking think about this, but if you want my email address, and let's do this one. Oh, no. About. Yeah, you can get my email address. Just have to log into YouTube and go down to details. Most people have their email address down there. It's not like it's behind this crazy file, you know, like, yeah. But you can't do anything with my email address other than emailing me. So it's not that big of a deal. If I'm stupid enough to click on all the emails I get sent in my spam folder and stuff like that, yeah, then it can be a hazard, but all you can do is email me or sign me up to all crazy fucking porn sites, you know, to get what is it called? What is it called? You know, publicity emails, you know. Oh, now it's 50% off Pornhub and stuff like that. That's you can sign me up to. I had someone do that one time, sign me up for all kind of crazy shit. But yeah, it's probably someone that got an iPhone SE and needed an Apple account and didn't want to make their own. And he saw my email address and he probably thought that I had a credit card connected to it. I've not... No. All my Apple accounts that are active, they have two-factor authentication on, if I'm not mistaken. Or Apple sent you a code, like you saw the code come up here in one of the emails, say it sent you a code. So you need to have access to my account, and all of these accounts here, this one here and all the other accounts I have, they need two-factor authentication. So even if you know my email address and you know my password, you need my two-factor authentication to log into my email. So to validate, if you are registering something with my email, you need to validate it via my email. You know, log into my email and click, yes, this is me. You can't do that without having my two-factor authentication. Even this one here has two-factor authentication. Even my throwaway accounts have two-factor authentication. I do think I'm using this for Spreadshirt. Yeah, I'm using it for Spreadshirt, I think. For the American Spreadshirt store. Give me a second. Yeah, I'm using it for my Spreadshirt store, yeah. Oh, you know why they're getting hacked? Because they don't use two-factor authentication. Yeah, so I use this account here to log into my American Spreadshirt. So it's used for a bot on Twitch and it's used for my American Spreadshirt. That's all it's used for. And then someone, I don't know, maybe it's on my American Spreadshirt. And also apparently it's linked up to my BitChute. Yeah. But it's all behind two-factor authenticator. So now you have one of my email. I have, how many email addresses do I have? Let's see. I have an encrypted folder and stuff like that with all my email addresses on. Just give me a second here. So I have... Yeah, so my Twitch spot is using that email address that I have not been using in forever. Yeah, and my BitChute is using it. That's why I made it. I made it for my Twitch account, and then I used it for my BitChute. But nobody uses BitChutes anymore, do they? What else do I use it for? Then of course my Outlook, you know. That's all I use it for. Outlook, American Spreadshirt, Switchbot, and BitChute. So yeah, why a lot of YouTubers are getting hacked is because they don't use two-factor authenticator or the two-factor authenticator they use is SMS. You know, if you use the two-factor SMS authenticator, that can be spoofed. Like it's really easy to hack. But if you're using two-factor authenticator via like a Google Authenticator or Microsoft Authenticator, you know, if you just use some other authenticator program, it should be massively more secure. At least that's what they say. They don't recommend anyone to use text authentication because it's not secure at all. Well, apparently it updated without crashing my system, so let's reboot the Windows here. But yeah, this whole menu here is a mess. It's a mess. I don't like it. And this is not registered, by the way, but update and restart. Let's see if we can crash the system here. So, yeah, go away from, no, don't do SMS two-factor authentication. No, don't. They have said it's so easy to hack. So easy to hack. They can intercept your SMS really easy. And they can cheat the system really easy. To send basically the SMS to a cloud phone number. With your phone number on. You know, they can really easy spoof it. So go over to use an authentication app. Or something like that. And that also means that if you're using authentication app, like I said, it's just way more secure. And if people got your password, or if people got your, your email and your password, they still need your physical two-factor authentication app that is encrypted by default. That, you know, your text message also pop up on, a lot of people have, you know, that text message is popping up on their phone, even if it's closed off. And the numbers tends to be in the first line on the text. So if you're quick enough, you can see what the number are without unlocking the phone. That's why I hate when people, when not so much with parcels, but over here they send, you know, oh, you can pick up your parcel now, you need this code to unlock the parcel box. And I'm like, if someone just glanced over it, they can see it really fast, you know. And two-factor authentication with the text messages, they can kind of do the same. So if I'm sitting next to you, you get like a, oh, do you want to log in? Here's your 4 or 6-digit code. I can just look at your phone and be, okay. Where with two-factor authenticator, you need to unlock the phone to see the, you know, the numbers basically. And they are synced in a different way and encrypted in a different way, and yeah, it's just, yeah. Oh, just Twitch. I used to have text messages also, and to be honest, it's actually more of a hassle to use text messages. Like, it's so fucking more convenient just to have Google Authenticator. Also, when you set it up, you just scan, you know, one of those QR codes with your Authenticator. It's all set up for you. So if, let's say you want to set up Google Authenticator for your Microsoft account, it just gives you a QR code and you just scan it in with Google Authenticator and everything is set up. Everything is set up for you. Then every time you log in, it just asks for your code on your two-factor authenticator, and you open your phone and you pass in the code. Bob's your uncle. That's it. You don't have to wait for a text to come in. There's sometimes text forever to come in and stuff like that, or an email to pop up with it on. It's so convenient. I used to be like you, running everything via text messages or email. But after having this two-factor authenticator program, I can't live without it, man. I don't know how many accounts. I don't know how many accounts I have. I have a lot of accounts on it, and I have Authy and Google Authenticator. Oh yeah, now it crashed. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 accounts that use two-factor authenticator. 18 different, it's everything from, you know, P-Cloud to Ubisoft, Google, my different Google accounts, Microsoft accounts, Facebook's accounts, and stuff like that. But you can't see this unless you unlock your phone. It's not popping up anywhere or anything like that. And there's different, again, there's Microsoft has their authentication tool and stuff like that. With Google, I just found it's really, really easy because you just click plus to add, and then you scan in the QR code, and it knows what account it's associated with, and it sets everything up for you. And then when you scan the QR code, it gives you a code you test in with into your computer, where it asks, okay, you just scanned the QR code, test in the digits that just popped up, and you test them in, and now you're set. And you are the only one that can do it. But as far as I know, you can't have the authentication program being active on other than one machine at the time, or one phone or tablet at the time. So I can't use my phone right now as being, you know, have Google Authenticator active. I can install it on other devices, but it can only be active at one device at one time. So if I change phone, I have to basically change ownership of the Authenticator over to that new phone. So the Authenticator is basically married to either your phone or your tablet. So you have to do it with something that is, you know, most preferably your phone that you have with you all the time. So right now, you can only log in with the two-factor authenticator that is on my specific phone. This phone here right now. No other phone. Even though I have it on my other phone, even if I log in on my other phone, I need to transfer ownership from this phone over to that phone before it works. So again, for you to hack my two-factor authenticator, you need my thumb and this specific phone, or else you can't use it. Again, where a text message, it can pop up on all phones you have your SMS on. Email, you just need to have access to your email address. It's just so, again, they've also done it where they spoof your, basically your phone number. So they use something like a cloud phone number, and then mask it to be your phone number, intercept it in the HTML code or Java code or what the fuck it is. I can't remember it right now. And then when it sends out the code, they see the code also on their end. Do we have any? Do we have Chrome or anything like that? No, we don't have Google Chrome. And like I said, this VM crashes once in a while. It's really unstable. I don't know what it is. It's that, I think it's that TPM module thingy, Meduski. And then Windows 11 being as new as it is. What are you talking about? Yeah, clear that shit. Maybe I should just do this. Oh, what is it saying down here? Yeah, it crashed again. Oh no. It's probably Chrome. It's probably Chrome. Yeah, SIM swap attacks. An attack takes over your mobile phone number by treating the mobile telecom provider into linking the number to the attacker's SMS card. Successfully to SIM duplicate attacks, and attacker use SIM card copying software to create a copy of the real SIM card. There are way more. Using two-factor authenticator or 2FA is the right way to do, but you put yourself at risk of getting codes over text. We explains why. So they can send text to you also, code via text that can then bypass it and stuff like that. So why move away from SMS? For the simple fact that receiving two-factor authentication code via SMS is less secure than using authentication app. Hackers have been able to trick carriers into porting a phone number to a new device in a move called SIM swap. Or SIM swap, yeah, SIM swap. So they can basically call up your carrier and say blah 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 and blah and social engineer you the way around it really easily, apparently. SMS test contain the password. This passcode is usually a 4 or 6 to confirm the user authenticator to enter a system with that username. The correct entry of the code into the system prompts helps verify the user identity. The question, however, is vulnerabilities down here. So here, intercepting. A few years back, hackers attacked the SS7 single system 7. This standard, so that's the telecommunication system basically. This standard communicate protocol determines how the cell phone interact and intercept the SMS text message before reaching the user's device. By using this intercepted SMS two-factor authentication, they access the victim's bank account. So again, they can intercept the transmission between the site and your phone. Mobile phones can be stolen or viewed with authorization. Yeah, here even fingerprints logs doesn't secure as one might think. Yeah, spoof SMS verification. Phone accounts can be hijacked. Despite everything, many organizations continue to use SMS two-factor authentication. Security can be breached by following some of the best practices, such as not sharing a password with anyone, changing password, securing computers with the HTTPS everywhere encryption, and never texting two-factor authentication code to any SMS request, no matter how genuine they look. We should change password more often. I don't, to be honest. I never had a problem, but that's, again, maybe I should do it. But yeah, don't share your password with anyone, and definitely don't share your two-factor authentication password with anyone. And I will still say that fingerprinting is more secure than SMS. Like I said, let's see if we can find a newer version. You know, push messages is basically what I'm looking for here. So these little bubbles here you get on your lock screen, they can contain much of a text message. You know, here the push messages here. So I can if you're out peeing, you know, I can just click your phone and I can see these messages here. And you don't, like, if I don't click this clear all down here, open a new tab. So if I don't click this clear all down here, you can see that I have read, you know, you can read quite a lot here. And if I track down here, I can read even more. You know, I can read one or two or three lines, I think it is. So let's say you get, I know your email address. You're sitting you're sitting beside me. I can prop it in while you're out taking a dump, and then it can pop up here. Oh, you just got a SMS from Google. This is the 6-digit or 4-digit code. I can just click your lock screen, and then this pop up, and I can drag this down, and I can see most of the text. And if I don't do clear all, you have no idea I just read most of your text. That's also a reason why you should never leave your phone alone anywhere. Always take it with you. And if you're really, really, really crazy, turn off push notification or turn the phone around so people can't read your screen, because these pop-up messages here actually can contain a lot of information. Like I have one right now sitting here. This is for my, I have a parcel to pick up, and I can see 3 lines on my text without opening my phone. I just click the little, oh, there's a line that gives me icons under the date that says that I have notifications. I click that. I can see the phone number, the time, and 3 lines of a text message. And your code is definitely within those 3 lines. So if you leave your phone and I type in your password and your email address, I can just click that, pick your phone screen and see those 3 lines of text messages. And that code is definitely in there. And I can now press that code in. And the only idea you have that you got that text is that it's still a notification on your notification pop-up. But if I click clear all, you don't noticing it until you go in physically to your text message app and see if there's any unread text messages. So if I'm really cheeky, I can type in your password, your email address, your password, while you're checking a dump or hitting on the waitress. I can try to log in, it pops up, I can read the text, I can clear all. When you come back, you have no idea you just got a notification for a text message. until you physically go into a text messaging app to see what's going on. So alone, if you're really security minded, you should just turn off any push notification on any device. And this is the same with the iPhone, by the way. So you can see here, I can get a lot of information on your home screen, your notification screen, without having to unlock your screen. Again, never leave your phone alone. Like, it drives me up the wall when I see all of these fucking 18-year-old kids just go onto a coffee shop and just throw their phone on the table. And sometimes they are halfway out of the shop before they remember the phone was on the table. And, you know, they go to pee, they go up to buy shit up with the waitress and stuff like that. And the phone's just laying there. Like, you can get so much information, man. It's really important that you treat your phone like a kid. Yeah, Bing insisted that I use Edge. Yeah. Yeah, like your phone, like the way people treat their phone, it's mind-boggling. Don't share your phone with anyone. If someone asks if they can borrow your phone to send a text or ring someone, you do it for them. Because you need to unlock your phone. And unless you're looking at them not 24/7, but all the time while they're talking, you don't know what the fuck they're doing when you're turning your back around. They can do a lot of stuff in 5 seconds, 10 seconds. It's like leaving your wallet out in public. Yeah, and having your money and your social security card and all of that just neatly laying out for everyone to just pick up. And it's mind-boggling how little they care about their phone. They gladly let their friends sit there and look at their phone. There are so many girls that have got into trouble because they let a friend borrow a phone and they found nudes and sent them to everyone. Back in my day was before, you know, the webcams was, or not the webcams, but you know, the phones didn't have that great picture quality on them. So what we would do, if someone left their phone out and they forgot to lock it, or we managed to pick it up before it auto-locked, we would be sending really spicy text messages to girls that we know that guy like, or if it was a girl, we would like, oh, let's see who we should text. It would be like, oh my god, I really like you, you're really hot, or oh my god, I want to fuck you so bad. No, that was kind of you just go through the fucking, you know, the phone book and just send really weird text messages to random people or you know, the opposite sex if we knew it would get them into trouble. Nowadays, you know, we have all our information on the phones. Back then, it was just our phone number and then other people's contact numbers. But yeah, when people got something to drink, they will text their mom or dad or their significant other, and then they will just throw the phone onto the table. And it takes like 30 seconds to a minute before it auto-lock. So if you're quick enough, you can pick it up and you can start to, you know, go through it. And a lot of people, they didn't even have auto-lock on. You have to lock it manually. So if you just left your phone on the table, you could just pick it up and use it. I've sent a lot of fucking crazy text messages to other people like that from other people's phone with my friends. It's really crazy how little people think about this. It really is. It kind of makes me a little bit worried, to be honest. Especially when they're sitting there and encrypting their hard drive on their laptop and having the most complicated password on their laptop and stuff like that. And then they just throw their phone around like it's a prick. They don't give a fuck about it. Like, all of this shit you're just doing on your laptop, I can undo with your phone in 5 minutes. Or 5 seconds sometimes. It's yeah. Like I said, a lot of people are hypocrites. Especially I'm all for privacy, boy. I have 10 VPNs and blah blah blah, but I'm sitting on YouTube with my real IP, not IP address, but with my real email address. I have it connected to my social media. I'm using the same kind of name I'm using everywhere else. You don't know how easy it is to find you then? Many of my trolls on my channel, I found their social media accounts just to see how crazy they are on other social medias. Like, it was really easy to find a lot of their Reddit accounts, Facebook accounts, Instagram accounts. And a lot of times, just by knowing their profile picture got me finding them in other places because they are stupid enough to use the same profile picture. I'm like, yeah, that's the same dude. And then you read how they type, yep, this is the same person. Like, the people that bitch and moan mostly about privacy are the people that are sometimes the easiest to figure out who they are. Funny enough. Being proud about their privacy while Google is spying on them, yeah. I think it's already out there, to be honest. It's probably already out there, to be honest. It's probably already out there. You just look at this here, man. Imagine this is a text from Google saying this is your 4-digit number. Yeah, when I read this like a couple of years ago, I'm like, I need to get away from text two-factor authentication. I need to go away from SMS two-factor authentication as fast as I humanly can. And I spent like a couple of hours one evening just removing anything that had to do with my phone and authentication, other than Google Authenticator or something like that. Yeah, it's fun times to be had. Fun times to be had for sure. It's crazy, man. No, let's see if we can upgrade this here without it fucking botching up my system again. Last time I tried to upgrade this one here, it crashed my VM. And I will stress this out. This is not Windows. This is the VM software having an issue. I don't know what it is, but it's and I tried on the virtual machine, VirtualBox, VMware, VM Player. They all have stability issues when it comes to Windows 11. Windows 10 runs like a charm. But I think it's that TPM emulation that they're doing that fucks up once in a while. I have noticed that VirtualBox with Windows 11 tends to be one of the most stable ones. If you're using VirtualBox 7 and up. But so far this one here has been more stable than it used to. But yeah, it's and sometimes, and this is the other thing. Sometimes I can use it for 5 minutes and it gives me a blue screen and reboot. Other times I can use it for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and nothing happens. It's not even downloading right now, to be honest. I'm looking at my task manager over here and it's not doing anything. What is task manager even saying down here? Oh, we're still using the old task manager. Ah. Okay, so it's doing something in the background. Yeah, Russian roulette virtual machine, yeah. Oh, why didn't I delete this one? Am I that stupid? Apparently so. Yeah, it's probably compiling something in the back end or on extracting something, or I don't know. I should set up like a logger to see what's going on. Oh yeah, they cracked BitLogger. This has been cracked not long ago. BitLogger. Two processors. Okay, so it's two processor hyperthreading then. Is that why it's fucking up? That should not be why it's fucking up. Show kernel times. Yeah, this is VMware, yeah. I like how you de-googled Android and you on YouTube. With your face on it. With your fucking face on it. Just do an image search and Google inserts. If you've used that anywhere else on the internet, we can easily figure out who you are. I've done it so many times. It's I had someone yelling at me using their own real name and picture on their YouTube account and were pissed because I didn't full encrypt my computer because of privacy issues. And it took me 2 minutes to figure out who they were, where they lived, what they did for work, and all that fucking shit. It was so funny. So funny. I need to check something here. Oh, yeah, I set it up to be... yeah, maybe that's it. Yeah, it's installing now. Yeah. So it's two physical... so this is great with virtual VMware. You guys can't see this, but... You can actually set up number of processors and cores per processors. So you can actually hyperthreading. That's what I've done here. I've done 2 cores and 2 cores per processor. So I have 2 processors and 2 cores per processor. So I'm basically having a 2-core system hyperthreaded. Maybe I should take that down to being a 4-core processor instead. That could be why it's fucking up. We'll see here, virtual sockets 2. Oh, it's installing. Oh, cool. Let's just do this. Are we listening to Sonic or something like that? Something that, like, I set up a lot of computers the last month. One thing that irritates the living shit out of me is Google Teams. Google Teams is so irritating, but so many people love to use it. Like, they love to use Google Teams. And it makes sense. It makes sense. It's a neat tool. But it's a clunky tool. You know what? I forgot something. I want to see what are we using here. 15 is committed. Cast 4. Oh, I think what I hear people say, is that Intel seems to be better for virtualization and overall stability. Intel has always been more stable overall than AMD and better at doing those kind of things than AMD. I've been using AMD for 5 or 6 years now, or thereabouts, 5-ish years, and I never had a problem with it. I just have heard that Intel tends to be better at it. Maybe more efficient. Also, they say they tend to be more stable on average when it comes to virtualization. They just are better at it in general. But again, I have never had a problem with the Ryzen series of AMD. But I don't sit and emulate or run virtual machines 24/7 either. You know, it's like sometimes a lot of, like today I've been doing it for almost 5 hours non-stop right now. We're booting up different virtual machines at the same time, not at the same time, but doing this time here. I did manage to crash the software by doing that Haiku thing. But like I've been live streaming for 8, 9, 10 hours with virtual machines and no problem whatsoever. No problem whatsoever. So I think just personal preference, I think. I do think that again, this is what I've heard people say. I never tried it myself or benchmark it. But I think stuff like VMware and stuff like that, they like Intel more than they like AMD. AKA, they may run a little bit better and more optimized. But again, if you're not running it 24/7 and running 10, or not 10, but you know, 2 or 3 or 4 virtual machines at the same time, and you're probably not noticing it. And I'd never had myself any CPU-related crashes with the virtual machines. It's always been a VM, you know, the Windows or Linux acting up in a virtual machine, or me doing something with the virtual machine I should not be doing, so the software crashes. That's like I've been running VMs with Intel and AMD, and that's what I have noticed. But I haven't. I kind of want to, like, if I'm upgrading my computer next year and not going for a Mac Mini. It depends on what the graphic card prices are going to say to me. I may go Intel, because Intel is a little bit more forgiving when it comes to RAM modules. Where AMD is really finicky. Like, you can get like 10+% performance boost out of your CPU, AMD CPU, with getting the right amount of RAM and the right speed of RAM. If they get too fast, you can get slower clock speed. If they get too slow, you can get slower clock speed. So there's like this Goldilocks zone within what RAM modules you should be using, where Intel don't give a fuck. Intel just eat every RAM speed. It don't matter. Intel just, they don't care about what RAM you're using. AMD, you have to do a little bit of research, which I find really irritating. If you want to optimize your AMD system. And to be honest, the RAM modules I use right now, they are actually making my CPU underperform to some extent. Because they are too low clock speed for what this specific CPU like. I should go one step up from the ones I have, but then they also start to become more expensive. And it's good enough for me for what I'm doing. Like, I'm not feeling the need to and if I'm going that step up, I might as well just go DDR5 and upgrade, my whole computer. Yeah, I haven't really noticed anything weird. I do like that you are getting a graphic card with your Intel CPU. Because if you are streaming, if you activate your Intel CPU, you can use that Intel CPU as a dedicated encoding and decoding graphic card for your streaming software. That's the only thing I missed when going to Ryzen, is that they didn't have onboard graphic card. Because when I was streaming, I was using the Intel decoder and encoder, aka the onboard graphic card on my chipset, to basically decode my stream and encode my stream. So it was not using the CPU or my graphic card, so I had 100% use out both those systems. And that was really neat. That was really, really neat. That I basically offloaded my streaming. It was kind of like having a separate streaming computer to some extent. So I was offloading my whole streaming setup, or not setup, but the streaming workload to the graphic card on my i5 CPU. And that meant I could play games on there that I should not have been able to play if I didn't do that, and stream them at the same time, because they were that taxing for that little 4-core CPU I had at that time. But when I offloaded the encoding to the Intel graphic card, my CPU could handle it and my graphic card could handle it. So that may also be why I may go with an Intel card or Intel CPU next time. Even though AMD is way cheaper though. This text file, I hate it. Like, try to do this on an i3 processor. I did that at work like a week or so ago. It took over 2 hours to update the system. 2 hours. And when I came back, not the next day, but the day after, they didn't want to wait for it, so they closed it down. But luckily enough, you can do that with Windows. You can close down mid-upgrade. It don't matter that much. And it was continuing when I came, and then like an hour into work, it was done. Oh, no, it was starting on a new update. That's why it started on a new update. Because with Windows, again, this is how crazy it is. You have to do one update, then you have to do another update to get to the third update. You can't just do the third update. They still sometimes have a little bit of problems with that, which is really, really irritating. In the Windows 7 and 8 days, you almost always have to do all the updates from, okay, this ISO is 2 years old, now you have to do all the updates that's, from day 1 and up till now. So you have to do 2 years of updates. That was really irritating. Then they started to do them in batches, so you could either do all the updates, or if they could see that your system was a little bit old, they have made like a separate patch line, so you only got the the updates you needed, and you didn't have to do a lot of the crazy updates. Yeah, I need to go to bed also soon. It's like what is it here, like it's 9 o'clock in the evening. So I think if this upgrades successfully and reboots and stuff like that, I think that would be it. But yeah, like upgrading Windows 7 and 8, man, that was a really, 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 really irritating task. Yeah, shower is really great, man. Oh my god, it's 9 degrees outside. Okay. That's nice, I guess. Just get on with the updates. Oh, 64%. Oh, it's still going. Crazy. Oh, the one I have? Yeah, it's not that expensive. Oh. 81. Come on, baby. You got it. Oh, I might as well just close all these. I don't need them anymore. Oh, they are not running, but there you go. Just my OCD don't like it. Yeah, that sounds like yeah. That may also be my next one. But again, I don't know if I'm going because I like what Intel is doing with those efficiency cores that they have. They seem to be really good. Yeah, I don't know. Because the last couple of times when I've upgraded my computer, I just, you know, it's just been the CPU I upgraded. But I kind of want, you know, to just like have a full tower because I have a MIDI tower now. But I'm kind of debating going full tower if I'm going like if I'm not going the Mac OS or the Mac Mini route. I may go a full tower and then just a shit ton of storage in it. You know, for videos and virtual machines and all of that. Dizzle, dazzle. And then go Intel. I don't know. But I want to go over to AMD 5 or what. Yeah, I'm running in a VM. It's 2 cores, 4 processors. It's a virtual machine, yeah. I need to change it to 4 physical cores. I thought I'd done that already, but I haven't. Yeah, but it does that with not underpowered, but if you don't have a lot of cores, it takes a long time to upgrade. It's sadly how it is. Working on updates. Keep your computer on. Let's see if it blue screens this time. %. 10 hours later, 2%. Well, yeah, they gotten a little bit better, yeah. No, it's not event. I use OpenSUSE Tumbleweed with GNOME, and I think to change to KDE. Should I do it? Don't get me wrong, both are good, but KDE has more options to play with. I would definitely go with... like, it's a personal thing, but I don't like GNOME that much myself. And I really like KDE. Really like KDE. And if you asked me if I would do it, I would say yes. But that's because I don't like GNOME that much. I don't know if you already have something in virtual, if you are doing virtual machining and stuff like that. But if you are doing virtual machines, then boot Kubuntu or something like that up in a virtual machine and play with KDE and see if it's something for you. And then set up Kubuntu or something like that in the virtual machine as you want and say, okay, yeah, I like this. And then you can go forward on your hardware. I use virtual machines a lot for that. Both on Windows and Linux. I boot up sometimes I boot up a Windows virtual machine to test stuff out, to see if I really want to commit to it. And the same with Linux. I did it a lot when I was running Linux full time. If I was debating on jumping distribution, I will always install it in a virtual machine first and then play with it for like a week, 2 weeks in a virtual machine and set it up and basically run it like I would on real hardware but in a virtual machine. And then I would be like, yeah, I'm switching. And then I would switch. I don't like Wayland that much. But it does have better Wayland support on KDE than GNOME. Also, KDE is more optimized for your hardware than GNOME is, RAM and CPU related. But I love virtual machines because they are it's so nice to go in there and then just mess around. I can't anymore with extensions. The majority of updates, they don't get work. Plus they are, yeah. I do not use VM. I run it on bare metal, but I tried VM with OpenSUSE KDE. If you like that, then go for it. Like, yeah, if you are customizing GNOME a lot to make GNOME do what you want it to do, I would do it, yeah. I would do it. My Tumbleweed runs super on KDE with X11. With KDE Wayland, I have problems. Yeah, it depends on what you're doing. If you have a trackpad and stuff like that, Wayland may be better for you. Yeah, Wayland is better under KDE than it is under GNOME. But I still don't like running it. I don't think Wayland is ready enough. It still have a few cycles to it. Like in like a year or so, it may be ready. If we stick with it that long. Like, this is the second time that they tried to push Wayland. Like 10 years or so ago, Fedora and everyone was pushing Wayland, and they did it for like 2 or 3 years. Then they dropped Wayland and went back to X11. And now they're pushing Wayland again, and we don't know if they're going back to X11 or something else. That's the thing with Linux, they can never make up their mind. One day it's this, the next day it's that, and you just have to follow the donkey around and be like, yep, that's what we do today. Yep. Yeah, it's yeah. My dirty arts KDE Wayland. Oh no problem. Just ask all you want, man. That's why we are here. The only reason why we are here. But you can install. I both have Wayland and X11 installed, so you can just change it in the login manager if you want to run Wayland or KDE, Plasma Wayland or Plasma X11. Yeah. Yeah, viable refresh rate makes sense if you're on, let's say, a laptop or something like that, where you have to make sure that, you know, to save on battery consumption and stuff like that. But if you're running it in a virtual machine, Wayland isn't really bad. Like, I haven't really run Wayland, or do I run Wayland? I can't even remember. It's been like a month or so since I booted up my laptop. I think it's running Wayland. It's still on Manjaro. Oh my god, that beast needs an update so bad. I haven't updated it in a month. But I can't remember if that's running X11 or Wayland, to be honest. I think it's running X11, but I'm not sure. Because I think I physically changed it to X11. Should I format and flash tumbleweed with KDE or just change the D? It depends on how much work you want to do. So you can just install KDE and uninstall all the gnomes, bits and bobs and stuff like that. But you have to go in and fiddle around with it yourself. You know, you have to know what programs you can take out and not. And it's not like I do it all the time in a VM. I check it today. I installed XFCE and KDE, and I'm probably going to uninstall XFCE later. So it can't be done. It's just, you know, do you rather sit and fiddle with that for a couple of hours or an hour, or do you just want to reinstall everything? And also, if you reinstall, how much extra stuff do you need to reinstall? Do you have like a lot of extra programs you need to reinstall, and so on and so on and so on? It kind of depends a little bit of what you like to do the best. Yeah, you could dual boot also, but so if I didn't have to do a lot of extra work, I would probably just reinstall it. So I do that on my virtual machines, because my virtual machines is just me testing around. So if I'm going to change desktop environment, I just reinstall anyway. But I don't have, you know, like hundreds of programs that I use all the time and stuff like that. It is nice to get like a fresh install though. It really is. The fun thing is that since Windows 10, I have not had to reinstall Windows ever. But I can't remember how many times I had to reinstall Linux because of a problem or needed to distro hop because of an issue and stuff like that. Windows 11 and Windows 10 and now Windows 11 from the same SSD. It's just the same, and it's not even an NVMe card. I need to get that on my new computer if I upgrade it, by the way. But yeah, Windows for me has been massively stable, more stable than Linux have. Weirdly enough, on the same hardware. I've just had less issues in general with Windows than Linux. And I find that really strange. It was so bad that a couple of years ago I started to run Linux more and more on virtual machines because I got fed up with the problems that I got. And it was not like, you know, I couldn't use my system. It's just like, oh my god, now I have to do this, I have to do that, I have to tinker with this, and I have to tinker with that. And it was just like, just run a virtual machine. It's like generic hardware. It just seems to work way better for Linux. No, it don't. The only thing that takes a long time is Windows updates. Installing Windows takes the same. Installing Windows, like I've installed Windows a couple of times the last few weeks. It's as fast as installing Ubuntu or something like that. It's not that bad anymore. It's the updates. It's the updates that fucking... It's like... installing Windows, setting it up, it's so amazing. And then you get to the updates, and it's like, oh my god. Like, when I update a computer at work, I set it to update, and then I go do something else. You know, I go mess with something else. Where, if I'm installing it, I sit and wait like a minute or 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, and it's done. So I can clean a little bit, you know, or read, you know, learn something on the interwebs or something like that, and then it's up and running. But when the update starts, it's just like, yep, I might as well just go do something else. But yeah, it's and most of the components that they work with down there, a few of them actually requires drivers to be downloaded. Most of them is just plug and play. The Wi-Fi and everything is just plug and play. You just plug it in and it works automatically. It's just just like with Linux, the drivers are already there. Like I said, when you start to work with Windows and you work in a Windows environment, and you work with stuff that are meant to be working with Windows, it's so nice. Besides the updates. The updates is like, oh, like that's the, if Windows have to copy something from Linux, copy the updates, okay? Do updates as great as Linux does. Because this whole thing here, oh my god. No, it don't really. It don't really. Like I said, this install here of Windows 10, from I booted up the ISO till I got into the desktop, took me like under 5 minutes. About 5 minutes. And I was in Windows. About 5 minutes. For me, it's something so stable that I stopped doing distro. I started with Ubuntu, then Arch, low FPS and games. Oh my god, don't say that to the Arch people. And then I changed to Fedora for 7 months. Now I use Tumbleweed. So why don't you like Fedora? Plus the games I play runs better on Linux for some reason. Some games do run better on Linux. So I noticed a lot of the Bethesda games, for some reason, runs really well under Linux. So Skyrim, Fallout, and stuff like that. Elden Ring seems to be running better under Linux. I haven't tried that myself. The games I play, however, they don't run better under Linux. Some of them don't run under Linux at all. Is this a blue screen or reboot? I think it's a reboot. Some of them don't run at all, and if they run, they are really stuttery and janky, and it's a mess. It's a mess. Apex Legends runs with like 20 FPS more than... Oh, really? So the Apex Legends don't care about that whole anti-cheat thing then. I haven't played Apex Legends in years, man. I need to download it again and try it out. My brother's really into Apex Legends. He plays it quite a lot. Okay, what are you doing? Okay, I thought you were fucking crashing again. Without the downloaded chipsets, drivers, Windows will just crash and sleep. Not sure if they fix it now, but the general Windows... But in general Windows, you don't have to install drivers if you let updates do it. No, it downloads the drivers through the updates. Yeah. Well, if there is drivers for... Sometimes you get hardware that's not drivers for. But Windows also have a lot of pre-installed drivers for common hardware and stuff like that. Like it's built into the system, just like with Linux. Like, this is one of the reasons why the Linux kernel is so massive, is that there are so many drivers pre-installed on it, it's not even funny. If you ever compile a kernel yourself, and you go into the driver support section, you can sit there and untick stuff that you don't have on your computer for days. Or maybe not days, but for a long time. That's kind of the beauty with the Gentoo, is that it only installs the drivers for the kernel for the hardware that you have. But that also means that if you upgrade the hardware, you need to recompile everything almost, or at least the kernel. But if you compile the kernel, take away all of the shit you don't need, you get a really good kernel. A really good kernel. But then you have to recompile it before you upgrade your graphic card or something like you can take away support for Intel CPUs. I did that one time. I did it for fun. I think it was under Debian. I compiled the kernel. And I took away a lot of stuff I didn't need. It was actually really funny to see how much stuff you... Like, network drivers you didn't use. Webcom, you know, drawing tablet support that I am not going to use under Linux at all, if ever. The SCSI card driver support that you rarely see at all other than in some server somewhere. But they need to have it in there because then one person in a dungeon somewhere is using that system. And if you take it out of the kernel, his system don't work anymore. And there's no, like, you know, you can't just download a driver and install it. Like under Windows. Or you can't do it as easily. Without having to compile it against the kernel. The Linux kernel is actually a really mess. When you think about it. There's a lot of limitations with it. But it is an outdated design if you ask some people. Even when it was made, there were debates about DK. Yeah, but that they don't really want that. Because then you're basically saying that why not make the Linux kernel into a microkernel then, or a hybrid kernel. But Linux don't like that. Try and look up the Tannenbaum Linus debate, where they talk about the monolithic kernel versus the microkernel, and where Tannenbaum basically saying that the Linux by design is obsolete, like the monolithic kernel approach is obsolete and has a lot of flaw with it, and it do work, but he's also right to some extent. That some people say that Linus won that debate because Linux became more used than the Minix system. But just because you become more used don't mean that you're right. It just means that people are using the system. If what I'm saying makes sense, you know, like they still find a use for it and blah 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 blah. But that don't mean that it's not an obsolete design. It just means that it still works, even though it's like people are still driving muscle cars, even though they are outdated car designs. But a lot of people are still driving them, and they work fine. They just don't have a lot of the neat features that newer cars have. So I don't. The more I learn about Linux and look into Linux and use Linux and think about Linux in more of a technical level, the more I'm surprised that it works, and glad that it works, and also worried that they don't have a lot of the new features that Windows and Mac OS have to help making their system better, both for the end user and for the industry. Where Linux is kind of succeeding and working for the fact that I will not say that people don't fuck up, but the system don't fuck up. It's a little bit like yes, it works as long as nothing fucks up. So let's make sure nothing fucks up. Where under Windows and Mac OS, if something fucks up, you can still recover the system. I kind of like, you cannot rely on something not fucking up, because at what Murphy's Law, if something will fuck up, it can fuck up, it will fuck up. So why not protect the system when it fucks up? but also make sure that it don't fuck up. And I think Linux is more like, that's the philosophy of Linux is more like, let's make sure things don't fuck up. Instead of, where Windows and Mac OS is like, let's make sure things don't fuck up, but if they do, let's make sure that if they fuck up, you can still use your system, or, there is like a check and balances in place to help the user out to actually either shut down the system more easily and stuff like that. But don't get me wrong, Windows have a lot of fucking other problems, like, again, the updates, where we spend 30 minutes updating or something like that now. Yeah, that's because Linux don't have driver crash protection. I think it's Control, Shift, Alt, and B that restarts the graphic card. We can try it out. I can't remember. You need to press So it's Windows, Control, Shift, and B. Let's try it out. Oh, I probably can't do that because I'm in a virtual machine. Oh no, it's Control, sorry. Windows, Control, Shift, B. Yep, there, I rebooted my graphic card driver in Windows. That was that flicker you saw. You can't do that under Linux. You can't. So that again, where under Linux is like, okay, or under Windows they're like, let's make sure the graphic card don't fuck up. But if it does, let's make sure that the desktop and everything don't go down with it. That's basically what this also how you used to think about it, is that they try not to make things fuck up, but if they do, how can we recover? Or how can the user not lose their shit and stuff like that? But under Linux, if this happened under Linux, you're fucked. You have to reboot your system. You have to reboot a server, virtual machine host, or a website. Websites probably don't have graphic card drive, but it could be a network card driver for that matter. It don't have to be a graphic card driver. It could be a network card driver under Linux. Or it could be another driver that crashes. And that's one of the differences between the monolithic design and the hybrid modular design of the Windows kernel and the Mac kernel. But again, that also implements, it may be more difficult to code for, or more cumbersome to code for, and, it's not all pluses for the Linux Windows kernel that you can do. There's all, there's some drawbacks with the Windows kernel, of course. That makes it, where the monolithic design of the Linux kernel is clearly like performance, speed. I think is one of the things where the monolithic design is winning massively over the design of the Windows kernel or the Mac kernel. But you don't really noticing it that much because you're not running your system 24/7 at 100% utilization. But yeah, they from all intent and purposes, like, if you look at it, Linux is probably the only popular operating system still using a monolithic kernel design. Everyone else have moved over to a hybrid or microkernel design, which is really interesting. Well, I think FreeBSD is also, but it's not as popular as Linux. And there is a lot of benefits with having microkernels and hybrid kernels. What I have heard, though, and again, I'm not a kernel designer or developer, so I don't know this as a fact, but what I have heard is that microkernels and hybrid kernels is a little bit more difficult to code for, because there's it's like there's a lot more moving parts, so to speak. You need to do a lot more checks and balances to make sure that you don't fuck everything up. AKA, you need to be a little bit smarter, or do diligent, or be more on the ball to make sure that things don't fuck up. But yeah, it's a fun thing. Like, do we make sure that things don't go wrong? What's the name of this OS? You know what this OS is. Do we make sure things don't go wrong? Or do we make sure things don't go wrong, and if they still should go wrong, we still have a way of managing it? I kind of like the second approach way better, to be honest. If you don't know what OS this is, I can't help you. I honestly can't help you. I know a 5-year-old that can tell you what system this is. Vred på manden. Oh, she's angry at her husband. The most radioactive places in the world. Yeah, let's do that. Are there more updates? Hey, Laura. It's Mac. Yeah, Mac OS 9. Yeah. How are you? Did you have a good Christmas and everything? Windows Update is committing to helping reducing carbon emissions. How the fuck it's doing that? I just spent almost an hour updating. How is it doing that? Oh my god. Really? Okay, let's go crazy. Starting with Windows 11, Windows 22 H2, Windows Update is now carbon aware. Yay! Making it easier for your device to reduce carbon emission. Yay! When devices are plugged in, turned on, connected to the internet, and regional carbon intensity data is available, Windows Update will schedule installation at specific times of the day. When doing so may result in lower carbon emissions because of higher proportion of electricity incoming from lower carbon sources on the electrical grid. We also made some changes to the default power settings for the screen and sleep. Oh. I wonder if it will auto-update at a specific time. Yeah, that's what it does, yeah. So let's say you have the possibility of using wind power or coal power. It will be like, okay, what time of day are we using wind power and not coal power? Then it will update when there's coal power, wind power. But yeah. Like it will advertise that because... No, I don't think it will advertise. It will just look at what kind of energy... If it knows what kind of energy sources is being used on the power grid right now, it will then use it accordingly. My Christmas was good. Your Samsung tablet purpose inspired me to get an iPad. Oh, that's amazing. I hope you like your iPad. I hope you make some videos of your iPad. I was a little bit disappointed, by the way, that you were not like neatly wrapped in the wrapping paper under my Christmas tree. I was looking for a big amazing gift, but you were not there, so I got a little bit sad. But other than that, I had a good Christmas. If you fart, you produce more carbon than 1 hour of Windows 11. So, well, yeah. Which is kind of cool. Which is kind of cool, but lame to advertise. Like you are actually doing something sustainable. Yeah, I think this is a little bit of the sorry Santa, said you were too naughty. Well, I thought you liked naughty though. I've heard a little like whispering that you like naughty. So I was being extra naughty to make sure that you were under the Christmas tree. But yeah, it's I think it's a little bit of that virtual signaling. Let's show everyone how good we are kind of thing. Without really being good. Like I could find thousands other ways Microsoft could lower their carbon footprints than doing the updates. Like thousands. There was something else I wanted to check out. I can't remember what it was. Why is it? I don't like this Danish shit. Can I switch to English? Oh, here, down here. Oh, no, that's not what I want. Yeah, but you've been missed. Missed you a lot, man. Been really missed. Where is the good old inclus? I want inclus. Ecuador? Island English. United States English. There you go, buddy. So what iPad did you get? I do like iPads, I'm not going to lie. Oh, that stupid Danish thing again. I don't like this. United States. Boink. Big and big and big and bigger. Yeah. I heard a lot of people being a little bit like about the Apple Watch Ultra. The fun thing is that the standard Samsung Galaxy Watch is already certified by default for all of the things that the Apple Watch is now certified for. Like the Samsung watches has all been military graded, tested, according to the most recent standard, military standard for durability. So it's a little bit like try and keep up, bro. You know, just get on our level, man. Has iPad iOS and iPad OS, or has iPad iOS or iPad OS? Marcus, what are you on about? The tablet? I think they all have tablet or iPad OS. I purchased a 12.9 iPad Pro. A spurts for quit. Hey, you deserve it. You deserve it. You really deserve it. I'll do a video on it though. I definitely the most powerful computer in terms of. Yeah, I bet it is. I will love to have your iPad, but yeah, you splurge on your. Do be good to yourself, you know. If you don't want to be under my Christmas tree, do something good for yourself. You deserve it. And Statesman said, yeah. It's kind of like a little bit like Samsung Dex. Yeah, I have. What is the dude's name? You will love this dude because I watch him a lot when it comes to iPad. That's definitely not him. Why can't I remember his name? Oh my god. Is it Christopher Lowry? I think it is. Yeah, it's this dude here. Yeah, this dude here. He does everything on an iPad. Everything. And he's using all of these stage manager and center stage and what they all are called. He only has an iPhone and an iPad. That's how he lives his life. And it's really interesting to see how much work he can do just doing that. And I will say this, Android's biggest problem is app availability. We just don't have a lot of the same nice applications that you guys have over on the iOS side or iPad side. And now they also have you over there. So they have you and they have great apps. I'm moving to iOS soon. Apple stuff is okay. I just like the Samsung Android stuff better. I do like my Samsung, don't get me wrong. I love it, to be honest. But there are a lot of times where I'm looking for something that I want. And when I look it up, like what people recommend, and they compare it like Android versus Apple ecosystem, Apple just have the better applications, to be honest. And a lot of the really, really good applications are not available under Android. It's coming. Some of them are coming, but not all of them. And then if they are coming to Android, they don't have the same options of functionality for some weird reason. Like if you're running OneNote on Android versus iOS, you get a totally different experience. There are way more tools and options on the iOS within the note-taking app than there is on Android. One of the reasons why I switched, because I wanted to be able to draw shapes. I couldn't do that on the OneNote on the Android, but you can do it on the OneNote on iOS. It's just a more flushed out ecosystem, to be honest. But I don't regret it, because I have a Samsung Watch, I have a Samsung phone. It would be a little bit weird to then go with an iPad, to be honest. But I was I was one button click away from taking the iPad, to be honest. I was one, but it all came down to price. I was like, would I be that more satisfied by running an iPad for the extra money that I would be paying? And I was like, probably not, because again, like I have a Samsung phone, I have a Samsung Watch, I have Galaxy, Samsung headphones or earbuds, or what they're called. For a while, even Googling Google's own apps ran better on iOS. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, and it kind of sucks. And if that don't change in the next 2-ish years, because the tablet I have now, I think I get 2 years updates, like feature updates, and 4 years or 3 years security updates. So in 2 years, if I need to continue feature updates, I need to shift anyway. That's also a year after my phone contract run out. So I may just upgrade my whole system to Apple ecosystem. What you mean with better apps, is the appearances the point, or is it the soft? You get more features, you get more flushed out features, you get better features, and you to some extent also have a better, not better, but you have more variety. There's just more to choose from. Hey, a name I can't pronounce. You just have more to choose from. But you do get more from your money on the Android side. And again, you have to ask yourself, what ecosystem am I in right now? And am I going to change the ecosystem? And would I be, like, let's say you have to pay 20% more. Would I be 20% more happy using this 20% more expensive system? Well, if you're not already in the ecosystem, you probably will not, because you have to find cross-platform programs, and then they start to get really slim. Like, if I want to use programs that talks both with Android and iOS or iPad OS, there's not a lot of programs to choose from, so you're now limiting your, your options. So it's all about where are you on the ecosystem right now. Do you have an iPhone or iPad, MacBook, and so on? I will also say this, that under the Apple ecosystem, there are more iOS and iPad OS programs that also work within Mac OS, which is a massive problem for me right now, that I want to be able to use, a program on my phone or on my tablet that I also can use on my computer. So they talk together more easily and stuff like that, so I can do something on my tablet and then continue that work on my computer. And under Apple, that's just way more doable. But yeah, this dude here, really, really great. But I love, like, me and my mom, we were watching Christmas stuff on my tablet. Like, she has a television, but she just has basic cable, and I had, I have a data plan with my tablet, so we were watching a lot of Christmas shit. I just put it on the table, and we were just sitting there and getting fatter and fatter on chocolate and candy, and while I was crying over Laura was not under the Christmas tree, we were watching movies and series on my my tablet. It was actually really nice. And even though my mom is not like, she don't have the best eyes in the world, she had no problem watching it and anything like that. Yeah, it was good family fun. Yeah, you should definitely check him out. Definitely. Yeah, we oh my god, I was so I could almost not walk home. I ate too much food. Way too much food. Oh my god. Oh, Laura, I may need you at some point, and not in a dirty way, by the way, but I may have to do some printing work for someone, for a place I'm at right now. Because they want to do some infrastructure change, and they want to do something with their printers. I don't know exactly what right now, but they want to streamline it and streamline the setup and the use of it and stuff like that. So I may stab you a little bit in the butt and be like, stupid guy here from Denmark may need some professional help. Please, pretty please. I do everything, please. Because it looks like they have like a little bit of an outdated printer setup over there that I need to figure out for them. So I may be yelling, help me. But I don't see it. This is the fun thing. I haven't seen them using it that much, though. Maybe I can get them talked out of using it then. But yeah, we ate, to go back to the eating. Yeah, I ate too much food. I still have leftovers. Oh, that's amazing. You're an amazing person. Thank you. Yeah, we had a good time. It was only me and my mom. It's always only me and my mom for Christmas. I think every third year, fourth year, my brother and his girlfriend is there. But it's a little bit, I'm going on a little bit of a tangent here, but it's a little bit irritating to do Christmas with my brother and his family, because I'm single. He has a boyfriend, a girlfriend, and a kid. And then him and my mom starts to talk kids. Because my brother's kid is not his biological kid. And they're like, oh, you need to get a girlfriend and some kids so we can get grandkids and blah, blah, blah. And they're like, fuck. Oh. And then you just talk about that for fucking hours, and I don't want to listen to it. And especially if my brother get drunk. He just berate me of being single all the time. It's so fucking irritating to listening to. I just hate people like that. So I kind of like it when it's only me and my mom. Even though she was trying to hook me up with her. She get a nurse that comes 2 times a day. And she was trying to hook me up with her nurse. And she's like 15 years old, younger than me or something. Like, I'm like, no fucking way. Like, she's too young, man. But yeah, my mom is, I think she's getting desperate about getting some grandkids at some point. But I don't think that will be with me. Links to everything. What's this? Is that his only page? Hey, Ron, how are you, man? Oh, yeah, he has like this. This is like all these fucking OnlyFans girls. Sounds irritating. She should have put the nurse under the Christmas. Laura, I only want you under the Christmas tree. The nurse was fucking not good. No, the nurse was really bad. Like, no, she was sweet enough. She was sweet enough, but nah. You do know, Laura, you set a high standard, you know. When people start to know you, it's really hard to get any lower on the pole of standards. Yeah, how are you? Good, you're good. That's awesome. I hope you had a good Christmas and stuff like that, Runner. The same to you, Levetris, by the way. Oh, she was fun enough. She was just too young. She still wants to go to party all the time and go out drinking, and all she cared about was getting a boyfriend and getting kids and be married and all. It's like, calm your tits, man. Calm your tits. Like, slow down. And I'm definitely not one of those person that goes out clubbing all the time. Let's see what kind of shit this dude have. I'm surprised this has not crashed yet, to be honest. I'm really surprised this has not crashed yet. What is that? Oh, it's stickers. I thought it was a pillow or something like that. Wilco bands, okay. Oh my god, he's a scented candle kind of guy, okay. I do like his... Ooh, that's expensive. He's also... Oh, I want this aperture thingy here. Gimme! I clicked you. I just want to see the price of it. Oh, expensive. Expensive. Oh my god, I thought that was a dildo. I don't know what the fuck I'm thinking about. It's like, what the fuck? Why does he have a dildo under his fucking lights? What's in my bag? So there's no, like, mouth gags or anything like that, apparently. AirTag loop. Oh, he has also a Mac, Apple iPad Pro tablet. I can't speak. What the fuck is wrong with me? MagSafe, Charmcast, Digit, Peak Design. A lot of people are using this backpack. The name Clyde Gear is confusing. Yeah. Oh yeah, he's an Apple fanboy. He's definitely an Apple fanboy. My must-have tech products. His whole channel is made up about him running iPad. Or an iPad, yeah. Entertainment and fun. So there's no blow-up doll here. Oh, fuck, man. Come on. Sometimes, like... okay, I'm going to be weird right now, okay? But sometimes when I see people, like, they do, like, my entertainment and fun, like, I wish they had, like, a little section down here that says my kinks or sex toys I wish I could use, or, you know, what I do on a Saturday evening by my alone time and loop around, you know, just to see how fucking of a deviant he is and stuff. Like, I don't know why, but I find that highly more interesting than what kind of fucking, like, does he want, like, a dominating girl to slap him around, or does he want to be tied, or, you know, like, that's way more interesting than just, like, oh, I like Nintendo. Yeah, just like millions of other people. I want to know how big of a freak you are. But that could just be me being fucking weird as fuck. I don't know. then mean he's been fooled by Apple. I will never get any Apple products. So the reality of the world is that no matter what product you buy, you are being fooled. No matter what product you buy, you're being fooled. If you think you are not being fooled by buying anything else than Apple, you are mistaken. They are abusing you, slapping you around, nickel and diming you. Apple just do it better than most people, to be honest. It's all what it is. They have this cool factor around them, and they play high and mighty on it. Oh, this one is maybe something I would be interested in. Cloud Lifter. I have something similar to this one, but I may go with Cloud because they give a little bit other sound profile when you're using them. And of course, it's vanilla home thinky. iPhone, iPad accessories. A lot of people are really into this MagSafe things. YouTuber photographer and a third thing. What is the third thing? A truck driver? Dildo crafter? Robot hacker? Oh, you have to pay for them. Oh, cool. Okay. Mastodon. Is anyone on Mastodon? Oh, overall nerd. Ah. Oh, he's just recently joined. Interesting. This is the first time in over a year, probably longer, that I'm in on this site here. Oh, I do like DaVinci Resolve. Oh, it's for iPad now. Oh, why is it not on Android? I just lost my bone. I want DaVinci Resolve on Android. Oh, that's kind of nice to look at. What if Apple had an OnlyFans and it was all their products in revealing positions? Oh, that could be funny. Oh my god. I want DaVinci Resolve for iPad. Oh, I love this pro. Why can't I get it on my Android? How do I search for it? There you go. Android? I don't want to do alternatives. I want to see what they are saying. But that's a course. Yeah, let's do that one. I clicked you. There you go. Thank you. Thank you so much. Video creator? I create videos? I do love drawing on my... I hope you got an Apple Pen with your tablet. It's so nice to just sit there and doodle on a tablet. Doodle. The first thing I did was drawing dicks all over my tablet, all over the place. I'm fucking mental. But yeah, I don't know why that's still funny when I'm fucking an old idiot. Shortcuts gallery. What's this? The United site. Untitled site. Oh, well. I am definitely going crazy here. Also, I just realized I've been using the chat wrong for almost 6 hours. What is this here about? Yeah. My favorite tech of the... Oh, that's his rate system. Is that Synology he's using? Yeah, it is. I'm working a little bit with that at work. What the fuck is that? That's a flashlight or something like that? I am debating about getting something like this. Maybe just a 2-bay one or 1-bay one. But Synology, they do know what they want for their things though. But it's running Debian in the backend though. Are those Apple apps pro? Oh, some are and some are not. I think it depends. Depends on what kind of what the developer prefer. I think. Some also how old. Swift is kind of new though, right? Code. I can have 8 dickheads. Disk card in my computer. Now I just have 6 in there. Oh. Continue. No, that's not. Fast and powerful. I just want to see when it was released. That's all. That's the only thing I want to know. The only thing I want to know. I think it's because it's that prefer 8 years. It's 8 years old, so it's still a little baby. Yeah, I think it's because it's just a better programming language, and it also makes it easy to transport it from device to device. You mean from handheld to not tablet, from tablet to computer and all the other way around, and blah 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 blah. It works under Linux and Windows 10, Android. Okay. I kind of want to see how bad is it to code for Swift. Because if it's a universal language, it looks a lot like Java though. Isn't it like Canonical? Are they not doing Ubuntu installer? I think Ubuntu's new installer is it Swift it's coded in? Or am I just being really, really off the bat here? Can I see some code examples? This code, yeah. I want to see some code examples. Oh. Object C, of course, Object C, blah, 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 blah. So the new license of Switch is actually an open source license, Apache. Woink. Woink, woink, woink. Yeah, there you go. Look how smart we are. We have the big brains. Yeah, I don't want to see how to install it. I want to see some code. Oh, here you go. Oh my god, this documentation is really bad. Community membership contributions, code of conduct, open source development, source code, blah 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 blah, security, blah. Open source effort, standard library, package manager, core libraries, Swift on a server. Oh, they're going to take over Swift. Oh, there's C++ interpreter. Documentation, work group. Platforms, documentation, it's right there in my face. Just like an angry customer. Switch language. I already got that one. No. Read the Switch programming language. Why can't they just have like a, your first line of code thingy or something like? Why does it need to be this intricate? The basics. Double and floats, integers. Yeah, we know about that. Come on. Yeah, it definitely looks a lot like Java. Well, apart from this used to be over here. Oh, what happened? Huh? Is it like a mix between like Python and Java? Type safety and type interface. What type are you? Are you a type? Are you my type? For modern apps development, I heard that Switch is easy and Object-C. Object-C is an extension of C. Yeah, that's also what I've been told. What I'm more like... Like, is it Java inspired, or is it Python inspired, or is it its own thing, or C inspired? What is it? Print else, so that's an else if statement. Or if else tuplets, that's what we have under Python and everything else almost. There's so many damn programming languages. There's also Go and Rust and I think I'd just stick with Python. Basic operators. Nice. I thought it said Uranus. Fuck. Where the fuck is my brain going today? What's wrong with me? Yeah, take care, Ron. Have an amazing day, or evening, or night, or what time it is over there. I can't even remember now. I don't even know what time it is here. Oh, this is a for loop. Control flow. Oh, there's an... Oh, methods. Yeah, let's see that. Properties, structures, and classes. I kind of want to see that. I clicked your structure and classes. Interesting. Before, after. It's not. It's actually not bad documentation they have here. Anna, Alex, Brian, Jack. Why name, hello, name, blah 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 blah. That's another thing. It's almost as bad as Linux. This is just like Python. But when you come into like programming languages, it's like, oh my god, they get really animated about that. No, C++, no, Java, no, TypeScript, no, JavaScript, no, Go, no, Rust. And then they eat each other's heads off. Use if and switch to make conditionals, and use for in while and repeat while to make loops. Ooh, the repeat while sounds interesting. Me likey. Me happy. Interesting. How to read. Teach me, brother Apple, teach me. Asynchronous. Oh. Oh, it says down here, influenced by Object-C, Rust, Haskell, Ruby, Python, C#. I have no idea what CLU is. I do know what the big D is, but... So Rust is influenced by Swift. Yeah. Massachusetts, MIT... 47 years ago. Oh my god. What is the D all about? D-Lang. Okay, I've heard that before. First appeared in 2001. FreeBSD, Linux, Mac OS, Windows. I never touched Big D. So you don't stand up and pee then? Oh, they're doing the whole void thing. Own goal. It's like... It's... There's so many programming languages, it's not even funny. Yeah, I'm sure you can. Like, if you have a notepad, you can program everything, anything. Like, unless, you need a compiler for it, but you can write the code. And then if you need a compiler, you can then compile it under another system if you really want to. Like, if you really want to be crazy. Oh my god, it's Rust 12 years old. Is it that old? Ooh. Idris, Spark, SIG, Project Verona. Yeah, JavaScript, that's the one I was looking for. Yeah. Wow, like Ruby. Oh my god, I heard a lot of bad things about that. Pattern matching. Factorial. A lot of people are saying that Rust is going to take over from Python. I don't know if that's would be the case though. Where's the Rust? Where's the site? The website. The website. Where are you? There you are. I actually downloaded it one time just to try it out. I never wrote anything in Rust. Oh, this is really new. Idris, a purely functional programming language with the depend types. Optional lazy evaluation. If it's lazy, I'm all for it, man. It's similar to edges and proofs or similar, blah 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 blah. Yeah. Put string line. Hello world. Oh, so it's heavily Haskell inspired. Okay. For type-driven development. Uh-huh. Oh my god. Interstring. Show or reverse. Print F. Date net. Weird. What is Spark? 18 months ago. Formally defined computing programming languages based on other programming languages intended for the development of high-integrity software using systems where predictability and highly reliable or essential. Hmm? It's like some, like, time-tested, safe, and secure. Ooh, 83 years old. No, that can't be right. I'm crazy here. 42 years old. Of course it's... Oh my god. Oh yeah, I bet. Like, this is how you do Hello World. Add a text IO, put line, Hello World. Task type, entry, end control. Oh, you start to like appreciate Python more and more when you read all of this crazy shit. I think this is something that's used like in air traffic controllers and stuff like that. Industries. Yeah, ATM space. Yeah. Like... Sick programming. It's 6 years old. And... What are your general purpose, strictly typed, compiled system programming language? Robustness, optimality, and maintainability. Let's have a look. Hello. Okay, no hidden control flows, no hidden memory allocations, no preprocessor, no macros. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people really liking Lisp. I never actually looked into it, to be honest. 62 years old. Wow. Does it not have a website or? Why can't we Lisp land? There we go. Common Lisp from bookware, and there's a lot of smileys in here. Dev class book. They really like their brackets. Learn. First steps. Okay. I have not looked much into Golang. And JavaScript, I just done basic web interface JavaScripting, you know, theming and stuff like that. Three years ago. Oh, it's a Microsoft thingy-madooski. It's an experimental research programming language developed by Microsoft aimed at dealing with memory situations to make other programs language safer. Okay, so yeah. Oh, it's for cloud. Yes. No. Standard ML. Please tell me it has something to do with machine learning. 39 years. Oh my god. I feel old now. And this is definitely a 90s website. What did you say? Golang? Let's look at Golang. I hear a lot of people really liking Golang. I like that mascot. It's a little cute thingy-madooski. Learn. Documentation. Getting started. Creating a module. Getting started with multi-module workspaces. It reminds me a little bit of Plan 9 when I'm looking at the whole setup of it here. Okay. Clades. I hear it's limited though. I do, like, if I should choose something other than Python to dig my head into, I've been watching a lot of Java tutorials lately, just in the background while I was doing other things. And I do like it. I'm actually starting to like it a lot. With how strict it is. But I really do like Python. It just opens up your doors way more with Python. You can just do more with Python. Especially when we're going into the whole machine learning and AI thingamadooski. Let's just do this one, I guess. Yeah. Come on. macros and keywords and yeah. Let's just. Oh, do the Rust course. Check out Rust by examples. Yoink. I think it is. Concurrency with just saying go before process. Ah. Let's do a hello world. This is the main function. Print line hello world. This is kind of like. This is a little bit like Swift. And then we have to compile it. I don't like compiled languages. It's just a hassle. I do understand why, but yeah. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm that fussed with them. With compile languages. I think it's just because I'm spoiled with Python. Also, I don't think Rust have classes. Which is a little bit of a bummer. I think that's crates, since they use crates instead of classes or cargo. I can't fucking remember it. Or is it modules? I can't fucking remember it. So that's a little bit like Java, public and private. Super and self. Yeah, this is a lot like Python. Oh, sorry, Java scripting. What is crates? Compilation units and okay, so that's more like I'm in VMware. I'm exclusively using VMware right now. Okay, yeah, cargo, that's the management tool. Like, it's not bad. Triplets. So the thing about what I like with Python is that it's so convenient. You type code, you run it, that's it. And you don't have to deal with a lot of unnecessarities, but again, it may also mean that you're more powerful in here than you are with Python. Scope, what am I looking for here? Arrow handling, how does it do that? Panic. Like, it's not bad. I do like the curly brackets though, because indentation in Python can be a bitch sometimes. But it isn't. How old is Rust? 2010, if I'm not mistaken, right? Rust 2.0 in 2014. And Pop OS is doing their Cosmic Desktop in Rust. Confident in a wider variety of domains than you did before. Sounds like a motivational speaker right here. Yeah, I think it was from 2010 or something like that. Teams of developers. Okay. Students, companies, open source developers, people who value speed and stability. I have never found Python to be too slow. Like, this is the thing. Like in the 90s, all of this mattered maybe more. But nowadays, the whole, like, you can barely see a difference between running a Java program or a Python program, or like if it's just like a simple, like if we talk like really complex, integrated, massively millions of lines of code system, maybe. But I suspect that most of the things that these things are being programmed for, you would probably not see that big of a difference, to be honest. This code does not compile, this code panic, this code do not produce the desired behavior. Okay. Hello world. Again, in Python, that's all you need. Again, simplicity. I'm really a big fan of simplicity. And then on top of this, you have to compile and run it. These lines define a function named main. I want to see if Rust handled classes and how they do it. Well, yeah. more fitting. Becoming from more natural in both ways, as long as you know the data layout. It seems like Rust is one of those programming languages that try to be smart. In Rust we don't have classes keyword, but we have structural implement, so we can mix them. So this is how you do classes with inheritance under Java, and this is how you do it under Rust. We have a structure called animal, dog, parent animal, imply animal, eat, at self, print eating. Java just seemed way more simplistic. Yeah, there is a Rust, there's actually a Rust OS. Can't fucking remember what it's called. Is it just called Rust OS? Oh, no. Is it Redux? Yeah, this is it. I don't know. Five harsh truths from Linus Torvalds. So I'm all again. My mind really draws towards simplicity. I'm all for doing the same work with less. Because I also have this idea that if you have to do less to do the same work, there's less things you can fuck up. If that makes sense. The more I have to type, the more there is for me to fuck up. I hope this kind of, to some extent, makes sense. Nobody is special. Yeah, fucking hell. Yes. Being nice is not nice. Nope. Goals, ideas are all lies. Yep. There are no intelligent design. Yeah, exactly. If we all learn from our mistakes, why are we always so afraid to make a mistake? Yeah. The world before and after you make a mistake, yeah. Distractions are potential killers. How long people stay at top firms? Month. Holy shit. Wow. So if you work for Uber, you have a lifespan on 10 months. If you work for Dropbox, you may last a year. Google, you may last 17 months. Amazon, you may last 18 months. PayPal, Facebook 21.3. Oracle 2023. Wow. That's crazy. No. So what he said was that they are testing out Rust compatibility in the kernel. If it makes sense, if it's doable, people can use it and they will keep it in there. He has never said anything about changing C with anything. It's just an option now. He's not said that. That's Rust fanboys saying that. Because he said that it now allows people to write Rust code in the kernel. And it's actually just a test. It's just to see if it actually makes sense. If it's doable. And if it's doable, he will keep it in there. And also, he's not opposed, again, if it makes sense, to change some code around. So, no. It's all bullshit. Focus you must. No, it's all bullshit. I think he actually, someone asked him about it in an interview, and I think he laughed at it. Like, laughed at it. I don't know, like, Rust is one of those weird languages that almost like Linux have this, like, cult following behind it. I don't know why that is, but it's kind of like, it's like, every time you're mentioning Rust, it's the best. It's the best. It's the best for everything. Just like when you're talking to a Linux guy. I have no idea how that come about. But every time I have Rust people in here, when they come in when we are talking coding, they just like, Rust. Nothing is the best. Like, you cannot sit and make a planned statement like that this is the best for everything. And again, the only people I've heard this about the kernel and replacing C is from Rust people. They're the only ones saying it. I don't understand how or why what sparked that devotion, or what you will call it, to Rust. Because to me it sounds a little bit strange. Like, I do know that Python and Java and maybe not Object-C, but Java have their fanboys, and Python, of course. C# definitely also have their fanboys, especially on the Windows side. And of course, some of them are more advocate than others, but I have not heard anyone other than a Rust fanboy asking me, oh, is it right? Or have you not heard that Rust is taking over the kernel? And, you know, that kind of nature of talk. And I'm like, where does this come from? Well, we just saw that, what was it? that other languages that show to be 10% faster than Rust. Like, I have no idea if Rust is even fucking... Oh, sorry, if he even knows what Rust is. Rust with unsafe certainty is faster than Rust. Safe Rust. C is faster than pure Python. Machine code is faster than Java. Speed comparison. Here, the top 12 fastest languages you should put into consideration when there may be some case in which one program language may be faster than the other. But for the majority of cases, this is a list below. So C is probably the fastest. Then C++. Then we have Rust. Oh yeah, Dart is something I want to look into. Dart is then second. Julia I've also looked into a little bit. Node.js, I don't know if I agree with that. Java, yeah. C#, F#, Pascal, Python. Python is faster than Golang. Yeah, I don't think Node.js is that fast. I've seen different compiler Java, Ada, Julia, Fortran, Rust. Yeah, Rust is on the third place again. Somewhere I heard that C's a SIG performs faster than Rust. Really, okay, this is compiled faster. That's But then there's also something else we have to think about. Now if we're talking speed. So let's say you have a program that's fast. So basically what they all are saying is that Rust is probably the third fastest programming language. And C, natively C, is fastest. So let's think here. If all we cared about was speed, why is C and C# almost rarely being used? And Python, Java, C# is probably the most popular, well, maybe JavaScripting or Node.js, is probably the most used development languages in the world right now. So we have slow S languages, that's not compiled, by the way, versus really, really fast compile languages. So that means that speed is not what matters the most for most things. It's the executable of the program. How long does it take to code? How convenient or easy is it to code? What are the support by third-party libraries and blah, 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 and all that shit. Basically, how easy is it to go, or how fast, in quotes, is it to go from idea to product? Well, Python, Java, JavaScript fits in with that. Plus, they have, you know, an extensive third-party library. Granted, so does C and C++, but they take a long time to go from idea to code. So when speed is not the absolute most important thing, why use a lesser convenient, in quotes, programming language? It's kind of a little bit of narrow-mindedness. Now I kind of understand why they're so... it's the same problem with Linux. Because people focus on Linux with this, oh, it's the fastest, oh, it's more secure, it's more stable. Yeah, but that's not all of the equation. That's just 2 or 3 points of a 1,000-point equation or a 100-point equation. So you tick 2 boxes out of 100 boxes off. Not all the rest. But this thing that may not be as stable or as fast or as secure ticks 50 boxes off. So what are people going to use? They think that ticks 2 boxes off or 3 boxes off, or the thing that ticks 50 boxes off. Now I kind of get it. It's like they want to be a rebellion. Oh my god, it's easier to code than C++, but it's almost as fast as C++, but it's not as easy or as fast from idea to product as something else. Now it makes sense. Now it makes sense. And also in Python, is it 3.12? They are doing a massive speed bump. Like it should become way, way faster. But for most people, that don't matter. Like, let's think about it. Most machine learning and AI are done in Python. Well, if it all that matters was speed, why is it not done in C, C++, or Rust? I think I get it now why people are so Rust fans, because it's new, it's easy, you know, relatively easy to understand, but it's really fast. And that's what they bite on. It's really fast. But that's just one point. Like, yeah, if you're doing like a kernel, for example, I can get it. I can kind of understand why Rust would be a good idea there. And that's also why you see all kernels are almost primarily done in either C, C++. Because that you know, like core components, you know, drivers and stuff like that, I can understand why they are in those low-level languages. The same with core operating systems. But just like here under Windows here, you know, anything below the user land, you know, the core components, the kernel libraries are done in C# and all kind of other different programs. Meaning the ones that you actually interact with. So again, it's kind of horses for courses here. But now we looked at that Rust is only. So if you believe this ranking list that C is first, C++ is third, Rust is sorry. Let's try again, you fool. C is first, C++ is second, and Rust is third. Why would you then, if you're thinking about speed and optimization, why on earth would you want to replace all code, C code in the kernel with Rust? Because it's slower than C. That makes no sense. If we're going from the mentality that speed is king, that the finished product of speed is king, then why would you use Rust in the kernel when we're already using the fastest programming language there is, C? That would be a downgrade. If we believe this, but again, there's a lot of other things playing into this. Just like the people said that there's a lot of other things playing into it. It's not just a set in stone kind of thing. But I kinda get it now. Because if you try to learn C or C++, it's really fucking complicated. It's if you understand C, you can learn any. If you can understand C, you can learn any other programming language massively easy. But you don't understand C really easy. Like, it takes a lot of effort. And to some extent, you can say the same with C++. But then we have Rust that's relatively easy to understand. Like, it's not massively it's not massively hard to read and understand. So it has the easy accessibility that a broader audience can understand it. And it's fast. So that also means that you get a lot of what is the right word? I will not say pseudo experts, but you get a lot of opinionated people in that don't see the whole picture because they have not done C, they have not done C++, they have not researched this. They're just, okay, I've been told this is fast, it's easy, I like it, I can understand it, therefore it's kind of like art, you know. Art is hard enough that not everyone wants to do it, but easy enough that everyone can do it if they want to invest the time. So the people that invest the time in arts, they feel superior than the people that don't invest the time with arts. And then he used, arts is faster and blah, blah, blah. It's exactly the same that the Rust people are doing. Is Rust... so Rust is the art of development languages then. Not the fastest, not the most complicated. But still a little bit complicated and still probably a slight percentage faster than... Like we are not talking that running, let's say, a Rust program versus running a Julia, Node, or Java program is like, this takes 1 second to load and this takes 2 minutes. We are talking milliseconds here. Like milliseconds. Milliseconds. Maybe Java and Golang. Like, I've seen some studies that say that I think it was Java versus Python, that Python was like, if it took 200 milliseconds in Java, Python was over 400 milliseconds or something like that. So here we are talking about twice the milliseconds. But you have to remember this, when you're playing games on your computer, you're playing average, you have an average input lag on most affordable monitors is about 4 milliseconds. And you start to noticing lag around is it 400 milliseconds? Your brain starts to noticing lag in games. If I move this here and there is like a delay of over 400 milliseconds, I think it is, that's when you start to noticing there is a lag. So if this starts a program in 200 milliseconds and this starts it in 350, you barely will noticing it. So again, like if you're running a program that needs to be really like, let's say not a compile, but a rendering engine for software, a video editor, that needs to be really optimized for speed and number crunching. Rust could be a good idea. But for the interface, you can use anything from Java to JavaScripting to C#, F#, Pascal, Python, Dart, for the interface. That's how you should look at it. It makes sense now. Maybe I should make a video about that. Is Rust the art of coding languages? Oh, I will piss a lot of people off. I tend to piss Rust fanboys off a lot because they are a little bit... They don't see the whole picture. And the reality is that I think that if you wrote a small to medium-sized program in any of these languages here, you would probably not notice much of a difference, if at all. Other than how much effort you put into programming that program. Like, you could probably program a pinging program that ping Google every 4 seconds with 10 packages and run it with all of these, and you will probably not notice any fucking different at all running them. Heck, you could probably even make a simple file manager in all of these programs, and you will probably not notice any, if much, difference between running it. But let's say we are talking about a workload over multiple computers running 100% number crunching. Let's say you're going to search for a protein string in a DNA or something like that, where you need, the most optimal code whatsoever. You'll probably start to see some differences between these programs down here. Like, your phone runs Java, C, Objective-C, Swift. Not most of it, but a lot of Windows runs C#. A lot of Linux. Probably over 50% of Linux that you interact with is Python. Like Bungie, a desktop environment is done mostly in Python. GNOME is done mostly in JavaScripting, with C in the backend or Vala their own C interpretation. You have KDE, that's a mixture between Python, C, and I think there's some C++, and Qt in there. And it is not like when you're opening a program in GNOME or program in KDE, yep, that's a Python program, yep, that's a C program, yep, that's running C++ in the backend. You probably don't even notice what kind of coding languages the different programs you're running are using. So it really interests me that people are so married to something because of speed or something like that when you don't noticing it. The infrastructure code of the Linux kernel enables future kernel drivers to be written in Rust. Absolutely only a certain section of Linux kernel will use Rust. Yeah, again, infrastructure code of the Linux kernel enables future kernel drivers to be written in Rust, aka you now have the ability, the option to use Rust for kernel drivers. If nobody is using it, do you think that will be in there anymore? So I live just like 30-ish thousand other people. We live really close to the beach. Do you think all 30,000 people go to the beach every day? Well, only a really, really select few people are doing it. Just because you have the option, don't mean you will do it. That's the big difference we're talking about here. You have the option to go to the gym. How often do you do that? You have the option to go for a run every day. How often do you do that? You have the options to shower 3 times a day. You have the options to not eat as unhealthy or eat less healthy. How often are you going to do that? Just because you have the option don't mean that you will do it. In university, we did C# Unity. Yeah, that's why Unity's done a lot in C#. And now if you understand C#, you will have a really easy time with Python. They are really, like, I was debating on doing some C# at some point. Again, because the company that I are doing some stuff with, they code in C#, and I was like, oh, that could be nice to learn that. If I could help them with something. And it's like if you understand C#, you can do Java really, really easy. And also relatively easy to Python. It's not that different. There's just more, you know, you have curly brackets and those fucking, what is it called? Oh, I can't remember it right now, but this thing here, semicolon, or what the fuck they are called. What is this called? Why can't I just like type in a symbol and then it explains to me what it is? Give me Google. Oh, that's your IP. What is it called? Oh, it helps if I actually fucking enable the sound. It's not even saying anything. It's this thing here. What the fuck is it called? Go to Haskell cheat sheet. You will see the simple name there. Oh, yeah, well, whatever. Semicolon. Yeah, there you go. You have that and curly brackets, and then you're doing a variable strictly, where Python is not that strict. Like, you have to define if it's like, let's say, an integer or a string or boolean and stuff like that. Under Python, you don't have to do that. You can convert them and stuff like that, but you don't have to do it natively. And I think the other thing is that the C# is also doing the same thing with Java, with like the public classes and non-public classes. And I think the way that Python do that, it's been a long time, it's like with .self or self dot something. So yeah, there's a lot of like, if you know one programming language, you can really understand. It's easy for you to understand another one. But let's see here, C# versus Python. They actually have a speed here. Let's see what's the difference between. Oh, I clicked. Okie dokie. For fuck's sake. It's a fashionable. Ease of use, performance. Yeah, but JavaScript, it actually, like C# actually inherits more from Java, to be honest. So of course C# wins performance. Like, if you look at a Java tutorial and you look at a C# tutorial, it's almost identical. So Python is more optimized under Linux. Even C# runs faster under Linux. No, it runs really slow on that. So that's milliseconds. So do you notice a difference? Or it's in minutes. What are they doing here? 45 minutes, that makes no sense. What are they doing? Alignment program. Speed comparison of the global alignment algorithm using a gap penalty of 10 increments. Oh. Well, run on Linux Windows from 2 DNA sequences. Okay, so that's a massive workload. Time in seconds. Oh my god, Java is fast. Interesting. Speaking of blast tracing program, so they are really going nuts here. Well, you get apparently a higher salary with Python than C#. Well, again, it depends on what you want. Like, what are your end goal? And what system do you want to code for? A lot of people I ask are doing, like, is the world stupid? Like, a lot of people are doing a lot of things wrong, if you ask me. Like, a lot of people tell people what operating system they should use instead of ask them what they need. And I see a lot, if you go on here and you look at what is it called? What is it called? Is it independent developer? Yeah, indie developer, independent developer, consultants, you know, developers that works for themselves or consulting or doing projects for companies and stuff like that. I see a lot of them on YouTube. They're like, yeah, I only want to do it if it's in this programming language because it's the best. They don't look at and don't ask the company, like, okay, what is your already existing code base? What languages are your programs already using? What are you, like, what do your IT department already understand and know if something should go wrong and they need to fix the code? And also, how important is speed? How important is idea to product and all of those kind of things? That's the question you should ask. And then you was like, okay, this is the things you need. So we need a programming language that ticks most of these boxes off. But I sadly see a lot of indie developers or freelance developers or what you will call them. They are like, yeah, I'm only using C# or Java or Python, or they have one or two programming languages. And they can't understand why they can't get a job. Like, that's because you are... he's a big troll. Like you're doing it wrong. It's not about you. The OS is not about you. The coding language is not about you. It's about the task. It's about the job. It's about the problem you're trying to solve. Thanks for subscribing. So, are you trying to solve a problem for a mom or a company? And what kind of problems are you trying to solve? And I almost never hear anyone ask this. Oh, you should just use Linux. You can definitely use Linux. Yeah, but should they? They could also use, like, if you can run Linux, or if your use case make you able to run Linux, you can also run FreeBSD a lot of times. You can also run Mac OS a lot of times. So why don't you recommend Mac OS? Because most people that can run Linux can also run Mac OS. So why don't you recommend Mac OS? Oh, it's expensive. Well, that's not what we're talking about. That was not part of the equation here. Like, we have to ask questions before we can give recommendation. And it's the same with programming. Like, what do you want to do? What is the problem you're trying to solve? And then pick the one. Like, if you want to change career, what kind of career do you want? What kind of programming language are most used in that area of coding development? You know, and then you have to, I just want to do it for myself, you know, as a hobby. Cool, what programming language do you think you would like the most? Do a little bit Hello World and stuff like that in different programming languages. And that, I really like this one here, and then go nuts with that. A lot of people, they are just like, because they like it, everyone else should like it also. And I really don't like that mentality. Like, I really don't like that mentality. It's really bad. Because then it's all about you. Because then it's what you like, what you want. And not what the person actually need. And I've seen way too many, especially switch to Linux videos. Like, this is how you switch to Linux. It's like, if you do this, you can run Linux. It's like, yeah, but you can also run Windows. They are doing it right now. You can also run Mac OS. You can also probably run BeOS. Oh, sorry, FreeBSD. But why are you then recommending Linux for them? Because you like it. In my PC, Unity runs faster with Linux. I open it like 3 or 5 seconds. And in Windows, it needs like 3 or 4 minutes. Or 3 or 5. That's really strange. Oh, your job told you to switch to Windows. So Yeah, if you want to do pass-through, go with VMware or VirtualBox. They make it a little bit easier. I think actually in VMware, it's just a matter of taking a few boxes or something like that. So, Unity. Do you need to download a lot of extra libraries under Windows? Or are you running something else? Like, do the company want you to run some things under Windows that you don't run under Linux? Like, do they have some form of, let's say, encryption over network, or what the fuck it's called, or scanning tools running 24/7 on your Windows machine or something like that? Like, is there something beside Unity that slows Unity down? Like, because I installed Unity on Windows one time, and I've never seen it taking 5 minutes to load. It was quite fast. Like, Unity is free as far as I know. Let's download it. Why can't I just install it? Holy crap, that's expensive. Oh, 5 minutes to create a project. Let's try it out here and see what we can do. Like, I'm surprised this Windows have not blue screened yet. Maybe they fixed it in an update. Like, normally it would have blue screened like 5 times now because of the fucking instability. In a Virgin box. Or in VMware. I might jinx it now that we're installing Unity. Everything is just crapping. It's well, it could be. Oh my god, I need to sign in. So what are you doing in Unity? What are you doing in Unity? I'm just making a random fucking account here. Oh. Motorcycles. That's definitely not a fucking motorcycle. None of those are motorcycles. They're scooters, you fucking idiot. Come on, they're scooters. Stairs. Okay, this should work now. Oh, for fucking sake. Yeah, open. Now nothing. I learned Python, but back then the product. Okay, so what do you want to do? What is your goal? Let's do that. To find a job that will not drain the happiness and energy out of me, then don't be a coder, man. What education do you have? Like, what kind of education do you have? Is this the frameworks to make game? No, it's Unity. Good old Unity. Oh my god, I've been streaming for 7.5 hours, man. Shit. Yep. Bachelor degree in game programming with honors. Ooh, nice. So when we're going to make a game, or when I want to make a game about how I'm taking over the world one tester code at the time, you're the one to code it for us then. Oh, I forgot to give it more cores. Oh, crap. Oh, well. It's probably taxing its little legs off like a motherfucker right now. Ah, it's not that bad. I should probably have gave it more. Am I about to max out my SSD here? Oh no, I have plenty of room. I have a 500 gig SSD. I have my virtual machines on. Yeah, it's definitely. I don't promote myself, by the way. Yeah, that's that you need to do. Well, so if you don't want to, like, don't go into game development. That it's like it's the worst development jobs you can ever get. You also have a potential to, well, it's the worst in the matter of how they treat you. It's also the worst in the matter of how much money you get. Unless you are working for some indie developer or something like that. If you get to work with the big companies, depending on where you get into in the departments, it can be really bad. You know, like Blizzard, you know, the WoW development team. Part of their raise, you know, salary raise, was that they got in-game currency that was regarded as a pay raise. That they got X amount of currency to use in the in-game store. And that's not unheard of. Yeah, if you can find but here's the thing. If you find an indie team, you're probably also going to work way harder than you think. And probably also for less than you will get at a corporate agency. But you may have more freedom. And you probably will also be treated better. So you will probably be working as much or even more. But you will probably also be treated better, and maybe you can be lucky you get a little bit more depending on what indie team it is. But some indie teams are like really fucking brutal. Like game development in general is really brutal, man. It's if you're not young or you have a family, I will not recommend it. Because game developers, they work all the time. But if you can get like let's say you get into like Google's development department, game development department, or Microsoft, I think you would have an easier time because Google and Microsoft in general take better care of their developers. Like way better care of their developers. You do have to work, but they also take care, like they don't overstress you, but you still have to work. Well, Google I don't know so much about, but I do know a little bit about Microsoft. I've known and followed quite a bit of people working for Microsoft. And they tend to treat their workers quite well. Less money and more work with peace of mind, or more money, less work. Yeah. I get you. Yeah. Yeah, it's all about how they treat you, to be honest. Like, you can bear a high workload better if they treat you better and you have freedom, so to speak. Yeah, I can definitely see that. Probably mobile app development will probably be a good bet also. They tend to not be that much in the news. You know, mobile developers, both gaming and non-gaming, you don't hear them so much. You know, like, oh, there's a scandal about the work conditions and so on and so on. You rarely hear that in that area. But like I said, I know that like the people I've seen and followed and talked to, like almost all of them are happy with working with Microsoft. I've seen a little bit 50-50 with Google. Some say it's great, some say it's like one of the most fucking stressful things they have ever done. I hear Apple should be okay also. Especially now that the good old Steve is not there anymore. The tyrant. Like, they do expect a lot of you, but, you know, you still have a certain amount of more freedom and you know, they care about your mental health and all that shit. It's more like if you're going to EA and stuff like that. Don't like mobile games development. I don't want to beg for money through ads. Well, you don't have to do that. That's the, like, if you're just a code monkey, that's not you. That's the company doing these fucking crazy mental things. So, you know, don't see it like you doing it. It's them doing it. And let's say you or Facebook. I've heard Facebook should also be quite okay to work for. It's just if you go into those AAA gaming companies, you know, you get they all have a reputation of being fucking crazy ass people. This is going to take forever. Yeah, I definitely need to give it more cores, man. Physical cores. Have you tried, not tried, of course you have tried that, but have you thought about making your own game? And then try and sell it on Steam or something like that? And it don't, like, most of the time, like, if you look at it, most of the popular games are really fucking simple games. Like Minecraft, when it came out, all you could do was break shit and build shit. And then there was a little bit of creepers and zombies, but you couldn't do much. Like, and a lot of years into its development, it was really simple. There was not all these, you know, integrated game loops and systems that there is today. Like, it's night and day. There is games like Rise to Ruin that's done, I think, by one man. I actually have a lot of games from one-man development studios now that I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I can show it to you one day. And they make a good living. Till 2015, it was so simple. Like, yeah. it's all about having that addictiveness to the game. You know, something that people come back to and come back to. That's really important. What games do I play? And right now I'm really Farming Simulator 2022. I'm using the last 2 or 3 months I probably spent 200 hours on that game. I played way too much. I want to go back into Cyberpunk. Grim Dawn, I just downloaded and play that again. That's also done, by the way, by a really, really small team. I'm debating on Bex made you do it. No, I played Farming Sim before I even started to play with Bexy and Steve and those people. I just had a break from it. And I think a little bit before I started to play with them, I actually played Farming Sim 2022. Because I had the Game Pass thingy. Before that, I played New World and stuff like that. Yeah, Cyberpunk is like I still need to finish it, but I almost finished it. I'm actually just waiting for the new expansion to come. And then when the new expansion comes, I kind of want to, because I'm like 95% done with the game. Done all the side missions and all that shit. I'm just waiting for the main storyline and a little bit few of the side missions to do. But yeah, Cyberpunk is really, really, really... Yeah, I love just to go into Cyberpunk and then drive around and do side missions. I loved it so much. So making a new project, you said that took 5 minutes on the Windows. So do I just make a new project? And then what do I do here? So what do I choose? New project, learning. What do I do here? All templates, yeah. Really? So just 3D, the 3D core one up here, or any of the other ones, and create project. So do we have a timer? So put 1 minute on top of this. 1 minute on top of this. Let's put it down there. Oh. Yeah, it's struggling. In Linux, it's already done. Yeah. So what is it doing in the background here? Yeah, I'm only running on a 2-core. What is your system specs? Also, I'm afraid I'm about to run out of space. Maybe I should do this down here. Okay, so you have the X series versus mine. And I have more RAM that, well, I only have 8 gig allocated to this one here, but it seems to be the CPU having a problem. Oh, it says it up here how long it's been going. Why is the X the bad one? Have I totally missed that? Or have I just forgotten about that it had some problems or something like that? Oh, yeah, you got more heat but less oomph. Yeah, or the same oomph. Yeah, I get that. I get that. I get that. What are you up to, Lama? Did you fix your car? Did you get the ball bearings or the bearings changed? Oh, and 20 euros more went. Yeah, you're probably right. Oh, it did it in like 4 minutes. 4 minutes time. Oh my god, I barely can remember. I had done some Blender work back in the day. So I had this idea. I want to make a mascot for my channel. And it would be a robot. You know, popping into my videos once in a while and doing, you know, saying crazy shit or correct me if I said something wrong. You know, the robot will like come in from one of the sides and hovering around or stuff like that. And then be like, blah, 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 this is the fact, or something like that, and go out again. And I tried to do that in Blender. But maybe I should do it in here instead. How do I make something? What's this? Rectangle tool. I just want to make something. I just want to draw a fucking line or something. It's doable. But do you think it's better in Blender? Textures. Make a nerd bone. Nah, the appointment isn't till tomorrow. Oh, you dropped it off. Ah, got you. Prefab. Virtual Studio Code Editor, of course. Oh god, no, okay. Ah! Draw mode, there you go. Wireframe. Oh my god. I have no fucking idea what I'm doing. Just like... If you already have the object, then... No, I have nothing. I have nothing. I actually made a little robot and got him to float around and wave. Like really like not fancy, but like it was a simple, like it, let's see if I can, so, let's see if I can draw it. It was something to that nature here. And I'm just T-posing him here right now. Like it's going to be really, really bad here. Circle. This is really hard with a mouse. And then he had a little neck. Oh my god, I draw it way like. Why can I not? Oh, there you go. No. There you go. How the fuck was his head? And I think his head was or his head was like something like this, and then he of course had eyes and whatnot. And they were glowing, and he had a mouth with a quill. And he had a little antenna here. Boink. Like this is really, really a crude one. Yeah, take care, Marcus. But this is something like what he looked like. And then he had some, decals on him, and this was like, this was not this wide. His neck was only up till here and stuff like that. But it was basically the robot here, and I got him hovering around. So he was hovering a little bit, like little bit up and down. And his arm was waving. His head was turning a little bit. This was glowing. His eyes were glowing. I used GIMP to create the character, then cut him into pieces and throw him into Unity. I animate him, and voila, I had a playable character. Oh! Really? So I don't even need to use GIMP. Oh, sorry, Blender. So was he like a 3D guy or just a 2D guy in the game? Oh, it was 2D, okay. Well, that don't matter that much that it's only 2D, to be honest. Like, that's not that big of a problem. I think I still have the Blender file somewhere. Now I'm thinking about it. Like the project. So this was a cylinder. So this here was cylinder formed, cylinder formed, cylinder formed. Everything was it was basically a cylinder. Robot. I'll see if I can find the project file. You can't post links if you try to do that, by the way. I have to do that in my Discord. This is actually the first time I'm using this program. I never used this program before. I think they have a 3D animation program also. Well, now I have Unity installed here. Yeah, just put it in general chat. It don't matter. Yeah, just do that. I think this was gray, this was gray, this was gray, this was black, this was black, and the arms was black. Oh, she got married. That's amazing. Congratulations. How do I do size? Oh, it's over here. Oh, wait. Is that maximum? This is not a bad program. I miss my little robot now. It was kinda fun. Yeah, Windows is always the best OS. Let's see what Gen Chat is doing here. Oh, that's cool. It reminds me of that Limbo game or what it's called. Right? That's cool. Ah, yeah. Yeah, it was Limbo, right? Yeah, Limbo. Yeah. I was not totally out of Quit Unity. Go away. Microsoft Teams. I never used this before. Never. Well, it's midnight here and I need to go to bed. I need to go pick up a parcel about in 9 hours, so it's not well. But I still need to get some sleep at some point. So yeah, thanks for stopping by. See you all later. Have fun. And I may be streaming again Friday, I think. I don't know. Maybe. But yeah, take care, everyone.